I will begin. If I remember how we do this.
Oh, I could do the.
No, let's have him do the intro.
Could be pretty funny.
That would be it. Kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay, so how should I do this? Do not adjust your sets. We are here. Welcome to the How Long to Beat podcast.
Yeah.
I am your host, Knalb. Joining me as always, because I'm here every time. I don't know what you lot have been talking about. I've always been here. Shut up. It's Diallo.
Woo!
Leah. Matt's here as well.
Yeah, I'm here as well. Hello.
Oh, boy.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, so, as people might know from last year, the reason why I'm here, as I'm Knalb, is because we're doing the Game of the Month recap from last year. But first, we gotta go through, specifically, my beaten, retired, and playing games.
I love how we're just letting you do the work now. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a one-man show with a live studio audience.
Yeah. I come in, I have to do everything down there.
This is the first ever scene of podcast outsourced.
yeah. The Fred Master is the podcast master.
Yeah. So, from what I hear last time, you talked about Itchmas games.
I did.
And I also joined in with the Itchmas games. I'm not going to go through all the games which you played. I just want to point out two which I liked, which were actually beaten on that time.
Yeah.
The first one was Franzen. I actually really enjoyed that one because that was a full-on RPG. Good length, 5 hours, which is good. Much longer, double the times of any of the other Itchmas games which you played previously. Like I think the longest previously was 3 hours, which was that gay visual novel, which is not for me.
I was thinking of we had, I think, last year a space adventure thing that didn't work for most people, but that was also like 3 to 4 hours, I think.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That was late this year, and Itchmas in July. I had to retire that one for exactly the reason you mentioned. I tried multiple locations; it just never worked. I couldn't get out of the first bloody room.
Yeah, that's it was pretty good.
Yeah, Outlaws was the one I was thinking about. But Franzen itself, it was a good 5 hour long RPG. I actually really enjoyed it for what it was. His sprites were so well made. It's like you actually saw them actually do things in that. Each of the species were quite unique in how they actually worked and had different elements here. And there was quite an interesting going story through it. And it was quick, precise, and got through it to the point. The thing I didn't like was the leveling system of it, because it was basically produced onto an item. You had to keep purchasing that item to actually level up your character, which is not a great setup. And you could only actually buy them in the late game, so it made things a lot tedious before you actually get to that point. The other one which I really enjoyed was Hatsumiku Bomb Squad.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that. I'll be honest, Itchmas is made for these type of games, these good, big, long puzzle games. And that's what it was. It wasn't big, but it was a good hour long, and it gave a decent amount of puzzles to do. It also was really, again, you can easily expand that, in my opinion. So, as you probably all talked about already, it's like you have the shapes and colors, and you have to put them into the right order to actually make sure the bomb does not go off, and you're given a limited amount of details to actually tell you, and you have to figure it out from there. All the puzzles, the hints were enough to actually get you to the end. I only had one issue was with Puzzle 8, where it actually mentions at both ends on one of the items, and it did not tell me. That was difficult to me comprehend. Does it mean both ends for at the top or the bottom row, or do you mean both ends on the row on the top row? So that one was a bit cryptic to me, but apart from that, and 13 was also quite difficult, but I figured that one out at least by myself. Apart from that, yeah, I really enjoyed that. It was great fun, that. But the biggest game I finished last year, well, last month, and last year, this is the final game I beat last year, was Hades 2. Reached the epilogue, finished it off right there. it is a perfect sequel to a perfect game, in my opinion. It did not. It was my runner-up for the Game of the Year I played last year. We're going to talk about my Game of the Year later. But it was really good. They took what they learned from the original Hades and expanded it and improved on it. It made things easy to grab at the nectars, so you can easily actually talk to the people itself. They had different ways actually getting the resources which you need to do. It had multiple don't know if I want to support that point, but they expanded the routes which you take inside of on your runs are different. And previously, it was basically it was very linear, but it's expanding that change to how things worked in multiple different levels in that game. So you have different ways which you have to actually deal with. I don't really want to. Well, maybe I could actually have a bit of spoilers for it. Gonna spoil a bit now. It has 2 runs, so you don't. So you have like one run which goes down and one run which goes up, and so you have like 2 big bosses at the end, and you have to actually complete like 8 of the lower levels and 5 or 4, I think, of the top levels to get to the main ending. Epilogues, you have to actually find the fates. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. There was a lot of secrets going through, which you had to build on with expanding your characters, talking to them, figuring out what's their deal, and then actually helping them with whatever they're trying to do. I kind of wish I could continue, but I always have a rule for the Hades game, and that is when I reach the epilogue, I'm done. And I got to the epilogue, so I'm done with the game, basically.
Why the rule?
Because I'll just continue playing otherwise. I'm not getting
Oh,
into the game.
okay. I see. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's smart.
He never escaped. He'd be forever locked in Hades.
Yeah, it's really it's strong. I will say the biggest weakness I thought is the story itself, especially the epilogue. It was weak. What the continuation was. Once in the previous game, Hades, once you beat Hades, he actually gives you a reason why to continue doing the runs, and it makes sense in that world. This one is a lot weaker. It's basically you can beat Kronos at the end, and now you have to beat different timeline Cronoses. It's like, what's the point in that? But that was just, it's their poor excuse to continue that, because in like the previous game where it was more like a family scuffle within the Hades realm, this is a bit more heavier because you're supposed to kill Kronos at the end. It's not just try to escape. So they needed to actually have some way to actually reset the status quo, basically. And that's what they gave. Unfortunately, it's not as strong as the other ones, but it's still good. It has a lot. It has same amount of weapons, but they are completely different weapons. Mixed bag.
What was your weapon of choice?
Oh,
obligatory question.
Yeah, the wands. They were the ones. They were the strongest ones. They were so much easier to get through. I got through, I think, that one the most times. Actually, surprisingly, I don't think I. Okay, spoilers again. I don't think I beat Typhon the ones. I actually think up there I did the axe the most. I can't remember the. Yeah, it might have been the axe. What was the other one? No, the staff. The staff was the other one, which I used quite a lot as well. Basically, each time, same rule with Hades is that I go for the one which gives you bones each time you move room. So I can leave it up. It's a resource. If you actually choose a specific run, which the game tells you to choose, you get 3 bones each room you go through, and then you can use them for resources, purchase other things, basically.
So bones are the currency in hell. Gotcha. Okay.
The crossroads, but yes.
Oh, okay. It's good to know. Okay.
New information.
It's one of the currencies.
You
go. It's a base. This is a roguelite, so you are building up to get stronger and stronger, and you get these resources to do that. Like Nightmare is the one which you use to upgrade your weapons. Well, apart from the base level weapons, because you can change aspects of the different weapons. It's a very complicated game, and well, it's not complicated. It's one
deep.
thing good. It's deep, but one thing that's good about the Hades and Hades 2 is that they build it up. They don't throw this all at you at the start.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
slowly builds up to the point that you actually you start picking up new items and such. Like you start off with just a weapon, you run one course, you get as far as you can, then you get back to the base where you start talking to people and you start building the base up, getting more things which you can do, like later you start building up. You get trinkets, you get your arcana, so you can get more power. Then you start figuring out how to actually upgrade your weapons, and then you start figuring out how to actually go up to the top because you're still hit by that curse, which prevents you from doing the top. It's things like that. It slowly builds you up to a point where you can actually do a full run, and you get to the point where you get really strong. I actually think I got to the highest heat rating because after you completed the run, you can start adding difficulty introductions. So like make the bosses more powerful. You can actually increase health for like enemies, have a time limit, stuff like that. And I think the highest I got was there's like 70 overall. I think I got to 12. So not bad for me. I mostly just increase the power of the bosses, and they get really powerful at points as well. But yeah, Hades 2, heavily recommend. I recommend starting with Hades first. I think Hades is I think both are worth playing, but Hades is the one which it came into, and this is just a continuation of Hades 2 itself.
It's good to hear. Like, I haven't played either of those games. I don't really plan on. But of course, Hades 1 was like hugely popular, and everybody talked about it when it came out. And I feel like there's very often I worry about this when a sequel is announced to a very well received game, that they try to add so many new things that it just ends up being bloated with too many complicated, unnecessary, whatever.
Like Supergiant, Supergiant. I get the mix up with Supermassive. They are probably the developer I trust the most. I've got all their games and I loved all of them basically. I think their weakness is actually their first one, so that tells you that they're improving all the time. And they know not to do this. I have the opposite issue where I sometimes with the sequels which you mentioned there, where I worry that they don't change enough because it just becomes continuing on the previous one.
That is always kind of the delicate balancing act.
Yeah.
Try not to overstuff something. Try not to just make it feel like the same thing.
Yes, and I feel that Hades 2 perfected that balance. It got it right. You got a new character, but you're doing the same setup as Hades itself, but they've been giving you multiple runs, they're giving you new weapons, they're giving you new characters. It's enough to change it without changing the full aspect of what the game was. So
yeah,
I
really
played it.
Good to hear.
About the Banjo-Kazooie because it went from Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, then to that nuts and bolts game, and that's like that's not the same, is it?
Okay, but there was a lot going on with that nuts and bolts game behind the scenes anyway. So that's
I'd also argue that nuts and bolts is just trying to be a different genre than like overstuffing the game per se.
But I get what you mean.
Yeah. As somebody who did really like the first Hades, I've thought this game looks really good. So I don't have the money to get it right now, but I am very interested in trying it when I do get the chance.
Yeah, I do recommend it. It's a solid 10 for me. It's if you like Hades, you'll love Hades 2.
Sounds like it, yeah.
It's more the same for of what Hades was. If you didn't like Hades, you're not gonna like Hades 2, but are you playing a sequel? That's the question. But yeah, that is all the games I've beaten. So yeah.
Before you continue though to the games that you have retired or paused, I do have a gripe here because I'm seeing one of the games you put on the document that you're about to talk about. That presumably you retired, as you're gonna be telling us in a second. And last year you were mentioning this game, and you also said you never retire games ever. So please explain yourself when you talk about House Flipper.
Answer for your crimes against House Flipper.
Okay, House Flipper. The reason I retired it is I didn't like the purchasing of houses and then redoing them up because I got to the point where I've done all the jobs and such, and then I was like, it was now I did the structured section and I was giving me the free mode, and I didn't like the free mode basically.
Yeah.
I rather like a good
Valid.
structure, and House Flipper didn't have that at that point. It
Yeah.
also didn't help that when I got to that point, I started purchasing every house at the top, and there's always the god saying "damn bloody house." It goes, "Oh, here you go,
Oh.
dialect house or the burnt house." It's the same goddamn house.
Yeah.
Well,
It's like,
All the
yeah,
same
does the
shit.
tribunal believe that is a reasonable reason to retire House Flipper? Vote now.
My argument here is actually you could just say you beat it and did some extra things, and it's just a
Yeah.
completion.
That's what
You-
I did.
Yeah, that is an argument.
To
I
keep your
could
slate
do
clean.
that, but technically I didn't actually though, because I still got all those houses left to buy, and then that's be completed basically.
Oh, I thought
I
the
get
jobs
it.
Would that
were
be
the thing. Okay.
Yeah, no, and the whole point of the game is buy the houses and then flip. So the jobs are really there to actually get you to start flipping houses.
So,
All right,
okay,
the
I see.
council has spoken. We're gonna let you off this time.
This time.
Right, well, I have another retired game. Well, it's not retired; it's paused. Warhammer Vermintide 2. The reason I paused this game is I'm playing it with my mate, and I forgot to put it in the playing, but we'll get to it later. We've moved to a different multiplayer game.
Okay.
We'll probably
Right.
come back to Warhammer, but I gotta give a bit of details. We only really played one session. We basically, it was just me and him for a bit. Then suddenly we got some randoms, and then we just basically just mad rushing the whole thing. It's like we weren't understanding what was happening here, so I'm going to switch off random. So it's just me and him, and we just got the NPCs doing jack shit in the background. But it's basically Left 4 Dead, I guess. Never actually played Left 4 Dead. That's something I need to get back to. But
Hold on.
it's
It's
Left
left.
4 Dead.
It's like Left 4 Dead. Now I'm actually interested. I did not know there was
Yeah,
a similarity there.
Dead in space.
No, it's the Warhammer, not Warhammer 40,000. It's Warhammer the fantasy one. The idea is basically you're being attacked by hordes of these like rat people.
I love that.
Rat game.
Rat
And-
game.
Rat
So it's a
game.
thing for us to point out rat games. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it?
It kind of became.
Rats
a
and
thing.
birds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, but it has some. It's basically a melee. You like people. I basically chose the dwarf, so I had a lot of like big hammers, which went around hammers and axes, which I went around and bashing people. And my mate chose the mage. So you do have like I can't remember the shooty thing. I can't remember the called now. Ranged
The
weapons.
shooty thing is good.
It's
Oh,
the
okay.
shooty thing.
The shooty thing. I meant ranged weapons. It's crossbows and
No.
such and
Okay.
magic. The mage has a bit more ammo to do that because they're using magic, but it's mostly melee, and you have a limited amount of ammo for everything else, so you can't really make use of it. But process of it, yeah, it seems quite fun. I do want to actually do it properly because we kept doing it too fast and we kept jumping between locations. From my understanding, it's like Left 4 Dead where you have a campaign where you go from A to B. So I'm going to see if we can actually work out how to do that. The big issue I have with it is the god amount of loot boxes and all the garbage you get from multiplayer games. So yeah, it has those big chests where you're like, oh, you have to open these to get these nice fancy things and such. It's like, ugh, fine. It gives you enough, I guess, here and such, but it's trying to get you to purchase more shit, basically.
Yeah, maybe it is better to stick with Left 4 Dead then. Times were still a bit more pure back then.
Yeah, I might. We don't know if we get back to it or not. We chose it because, well, basically, we're between games. I finished off Borderlands pre-sequel last year with him. We decided instead of going to Borderlands 3, we'll try a different game, and we chose this one, basically. Might as well move to playing, and I might as well just start with the game and playing with him, because I'm actually really enjoying it. It's Split Fiction. Split Fiction, yeah, it's, guy, he's done these before, like Takes Two, A Way Out, and Brothers. I can't remember the name of the developer, but he did those games. And it's basically, it's two-player games where it has like multiple different things happening. And yeah, I'm really enjoying for what it is, but it's kind of all over the place a bit in terms of what you're doing. And there's certain ones which we got annoyed with, like it took us a while to get through this level where we had to actually go through a platform on each side, and doing it, we had to keep firing a bomb across to each other. Otherwise, it would blow up, and we had to keep shooting ourselves. But a lot of it's got some really fun little puzzles here, like and different moments where it's actually quite fun. There's like one where you have to actually get towards a collapsing sun, and there's like passing solar flares, so you have to keep hidden behind the like box and such. It keeps switching up what it was doing. There's like stupid stuff, like there's one where you were a pig and you have to turn yourself into a hot dog, and then you give yourself
my God.
and ketchup.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, I should mention that my pig had fart powers. It had rainbow farts.
Dead rules. Okay, I'm back. Okay.
We know how to get Matt involved in this kind of stuff.
Just gotta have farts, yeah.
But yeah, there was like it's switches between sci-fi and fantasy. Basically, the idea is they're stuck in like a VR world where they're taking the ideas from their writing, and like the one of the characters writes sci-fi and the other one writes fantasy, so you're switching between the two locations and such. And yeah, it does a lot where it changes up enough of the gameplay, which it keeps itself fresh, but it doesn't stick with things all often, I found, and it's like very sporadic and such. The other thing which I don't really like is the characters themselves. They're both very whiny.
Okay.
Oh,
So that's,
I mean, considering how their games tend to go, It Takes Two was sort of the same thing.
Yeah, kinda. I see what you mean.
It's another one kind of like we were talking about, the tension between innovating and being too stale.
The only one I've completed was Brothers. That one, there was no language in that, but it did really well to actually convey genuine connection between the two. So I'm surprised how poorly the characters are in this game compared to Brothers itself, really. So that's something which changed. Me and my mate did keep trying to get way out working, but he doesn't own it. And you have to go through the EA app to actually get it working, and it never works for him. So we have no luck with that one. So I guess that's another retired game.
God.
And my excuse for that one is because my mate can't get working. It's his fault, not mine.
It wasn't retired by you. It was retired by your friend.
By the universe.
Yeah. You can't retire a game you can't play.
Exactly. Forcefully retired.
But I'll go straight to the first game, the main game I'm playing at the moment. I've got like, as previously, I have like podcast games. We've got a few of them to go through. I also now have a mobile game because I have to go dog sitting at certain points in the week. But the main game I'm playing at the moment is my usual run into Yakuza land, and I'm now doing Yakuza 5. Like this a lot more to 4, but it's definitely schizophrenic. I think it's the best way. It keeps changing. It's doing too much with its. I don't know how to explain it really. Like it has like 5 characters you're playing through, and the first half really enjoyed. It was keeping themselves into the Yakuza area. Then in the this third character comes along, and they have nothing to do with the Yakuza. They're trying to become a pop idol, basically, and it's like, okay, what's this got to do with the main story? So it's like I don't know, maybe you're watching the Goodfellas or like Sopranos, get into this like a big intense moment, and then suddenly it decides to switch in a moment to a new character who's trying to run a bar. Got nothing to do with the Mafia and Sopranos, just a nice normal bar. It's like, why is this doing here? Like, I'm gonna say this. I don't mind playing Haruka. That is the third character I'm complaining about because I do. It's turned into a rhythm game basically. Because you actually have buttons when you play music, and it's fun. I like rhythm games, so I'm having fun with it. But the question for me is, what's this got to do with the rest of the story?
Yeah.
But surely these characters are gonna link up at some point.
Yeah, it's definitely going to link up. I have spoiled myself. I know how they're going to link up.
Okay.
But it's still.
I mean, it'd be a bit surprising if they did, really.
Yeah. there is definitely drama happening with Haruka's story. Like, first half, you're just getting used to her style of gameplay, and then the story starts to pick up. But they have to bring in another character to actually do the fighting, because Haruka can't fight because she's a girl.
Of course.
Yeah. We know that
There's a big shrug there for all the listeners. You couldn't see, but
she's the main character's daughter. Why can't she fight? Basically, is my point to that. But saying that, I am starting to see. I guess I'm starting to like this more than 4. 4 I found a bit stale. The idea, I think, now is they're trying to hand over the baton from Kiryu, let him be on his own, because he's like running an orphanage at this point. And so they just brought in new characters, but didn't do much with them. They did do it. They started nicely, but it rushed the ending. Basically, brought everything together, rushed the ending just to actually get to that point, and they had the fight for each of the different characters. And basically now in 5 they've gone back to the status quo, and Kiryu is no longer part of the orphanage in Okinawa at the start. I'm spoiling bits here.
I'm gonna keep plug for a second.
Tialo left the podcast due to spoilers again.
But yeah, he's now a taxi driver for some reason in Nagioga, and the reason why is like the Park-san, a woman who actually convinced Haruka to become a pop idol, basically told Kiryu that you should actually leave the orphanage because you're killing dreams, and if you're not here, people won't know that Haruka was being watched over by a ex-mob boss, basically, which is bollocks, because I'm pretty sure this is in 2012. I'm pretty sure people will find out this anyway. So it's like, yeah, what's the point in doing that when this is going to be found out anyway?
I don't know what the Yakuza, how they are like regarded in actual current Japan. Like, I'm sure it's not like that.
I also feel like there's enough secret criminal stuff that probably could be covered up.
Yeah. And saying that, it's her character. It's just a poor excuse basically to get Kiryu back into the game. But they made him a taxi driver, basically. Saying that, though, I'm enjoying a lot of points because at certain points, if you want to go with this, I'm going to do some more spoilers for this stupid at one point, Kiryu has to fight the Tojo clan again. That's the main clan which he'd been fighting previously. And he has to fight them in Nagio and fight them all. And they brought bazookas, which he just actually sidesteps. It's like, yeah, okay, you can do that kind of shit. He's also a taxi driver for 6 months. He somehow gets himself stuck into racing along the motorways on the or the interstate, I guess, whatever you want to call them. You know, the big fast roads. And he's able to actually put his car onto 2 wheels at certain points because this is a guy who's been actually driving for 6 months.
I mean, what can he say? He lives a rich life.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys who hear all this stuff, and then, like, at the end of the month, you're like, man, what have I done with my life this month?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the same game, he actually becomes a ramen. He becomes a ramen seller as well because he actually figure out which ramen to actually cook, which was cooked at the right time. Actually quite a mini game now. And there's also the second character, which you get to, is Seiju. And he's gone back to prison again, so of course status quo, but you know that from the previous game, basically. And when you get out, he has to escape because of actions happening in the Choyo clan and stuff. So because he's now in Hokkaido, it's snowy and cold, so of course to escape he has to go on a ski-doo, a snowplow.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I think I gotta get on this shit.
Yeah, you play that part, you fall off it, and then you have to fight a bear with his fist hands.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let's go. That's some Hajime no Ippo shit right there.
I think you might have been selling this game already too well. Maybe we want to rein in the spoilers. This is crazy shit.
This is the first point, but yeah, I haven't got to the end. I'll be honest, I think it's run off the track because currently the 2 characters I'm playing have nothing really to do with the main story, so I don't know why they're there, basically.
For the fun of it, I guess.
Basically, yes. That's the reason why I'm like the Haruka section.
why not?
Good fun and such, but I will say this, but I do want to do one last spoiler because going back to that bear, there is a side story quest which you have to do, where you actually go out shooting in the outskirts, and the end is go back and confront the bear. So you start with it, shooting it a few times, then throw the gun away and start hitting it with your fists again.
Regular Yakuza life, right there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Standard. I feel like I should get into these games. They seem just wild enough for me to really want to get into it.
Yeah, it's got these romances things happen, and it has so many mini games and such. They are fun.
Welcome back, Diallo.
Welcome back, yeah. It's been spoiling for him, but here's more spoilers. That's kidding.
God damn it.
Did you see how fast the hands went up?
Will was ready.
I think this section, the PS3 era, the 3, 4, 5, they are to me at the moment the weakest of the ones I played. I've only played up to 5. I haven't played 0 yet, so I have to wait to see with that one. But everyone says 0 is the best, so I'll have to wait to see when it gets to that. But I feel that these ones, they're a bit muddled in what they're trying to do. But I'm starting to see, especially in 5, what they're trying to do, because other things, well, they streamlined a lot of things. So the hostess mini game is a lot faster to get through. Where the people who come up to fight you, they no longer have tons and tons to speak at you before they start fighting you. They just get into a fight. So that's another good thing. So you're no longer waiting ages to get into the fight. And it is streamlining a lot of things, which is a good fit sign. But they don't know what they were doing in this section, I think. I think they didn't have a clear idea why they wanted to go with the Yakuza series. Like, they have so many of these characters, and then they just throw them away, basically, later, and they don't do anything with them later. But, yeah, I can see the where 5's going. I think I am enjoying it. I think it's stronger than 4, but I still think this is the weakest section of the Yakuza series from what I've played so far.
You say that, but I think you actually made me more interested in the series than I have been ever before.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
what you've heard, this is the weakest game. No, this is not the weakest game. It's the weakest area of the game, because they are trying to be a bit more. They were originally trying to be a bit more serious, but I think, but they realized, no, we gotta do these silly things going in the background. And I do recommend, especially 1 and 2, the Kiwamis. They are great fun, especially when you're fighting through Golden Pagoda in 2. I'm not saying any more than that, but but they are big fun and over the top melodrama. And
lovely.
If I think this is one of the weakest games, and you liked what I've been hearing, you have to try the other games.
Yeah. Sold.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've always heard good things about Yakuza, so maybe Matt will get into it. I've got to start somewhere because I've got like 2 of them or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what 0. People say start with 0, so that probably would be the best bet to try. Like I said, I'm actually playing chronologically, so I start with Yakuza Kiwami, and I'm just going to keep going that way. So the next game after Yakuza 5 will actually be Yakuza Ishin, then 0. So it's going to be a bit of time. So it's going to be 2 years before I get to 0, most likely. But,
well, I'm excited to hear Yakuza update next year.
Yakuza Kiwami 3 is coming out next year. Surprisingly, this is the first game I don't buy for a long time. I've already played 3. I don't need to play the remake.
And didn't they have like that weird like Yakuza Kiwami remake everyone disliked? Or like director's cut or something. It just came out like last year, and everybody disliked it because they added some cutscenes that people had thought. Oh, it was Yakuza 0 director's cut. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've got Yakuza 0, the base one. I'm gonna play that. If unnecessary, I'll just go online and just check out these cutscenes because they'll be put on something, won't they? But yeah, well, that'll be the first. That one's actually already been the game of the month as well. Actually, we've had 2 game of the month for Yakuza. The first Yakuza and Yakuza 0. So,
yeah.
So when you say that you're doing them chronologically, you mean in the order that they were published, or chronologically in the universe? Oh, okay.
when they were released, basically, not chronologically.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, next one will be the Ishin one, which I've got. Then it'll be 0, 6, Judgment, Like a Dragon, Lost Judgment, the first guiding game with Kiryu where he has no name, Infinite Wealth, and then Like a Pirate.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, of course, they have the pirate game in that one, don't they?
Yeah. Natural evolution of a Yakuza, man. Yeah.
Yeah, evolved into a pirate. Well, so I'm going to go to the next game. We'll do the podcast games later, but first one I'm going to go through is the handheld game. So it's the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. So these are like the last of the Ace Attorney games I need to beat. And
what?
Yeah.
What did you say? The last yet you need to beat, like you beat others already? Did I hear that right? What?
Why do you sound so shocked?
You're like a big Ace Attorney. Oh, sorry. Oh my god. I mistook Ace Attorney with the fucking Jim Carrey movie. Oh my god.
What the what?
Ace Ventura.
Yes, I thought you were talking about Ace Ventura games, and I was very confused.
Great Ace Ventura Attorney Adventure.
Oh my god. Sorry. What a brain fart.
No, Phoenix Wright, not Ace Attorneys, but you know.
Yeah, okay.
This I don't know what I can really say about this. It's basically Ace Attorneys. You have to actually get your way through a judgment in the case and such. They've done a few different things. I didn't like case 2 because there was no trial in that. You just had to actually figure yourself out of your way on a boat, and then that was it. Case 3 though has come up, and they bring in something new. So first they include the if you've ever played the Layton versus Phoenix Wrights, where they have multiple what are they called? Witnesses at the same time. And sometimes when a witness, you actually press witness, one of the other witnesses will actually be and you have to actually push them to actually see if there's something else happening. But the new thing they brought in is a jury. So as well as having the judge, you also have like 5 people who are like a jury, and you need to actually, if they give a guilty or a not guilty verdict, that's supposed to be the end. But you can also call a section where you ask each of the juries the reasons why they say the person is guilty, and then you have to find like contradictions between them, and then that can actually change it around basically. I'm on the 3rd case at the moment. There's usually about 4 or 5, I guess. I don't know how many there are this time, but I am enjoying it for what it is. It's not my favorite though. I'm probably around an 8 for me. My favourites, just giving an FYI, actually was last year, was the Ace Attorney Investigates, where you played Miles Edgeworth, the sequel, because that one had a full through line, where you actually basically one case moved on to the next case, and actually the full on theme for the game. That's really good. I heavily recommend that one. But yeah, it's an Ace Attorney game. Not much I can really say about it. I have to get to the end and see what it's like. There are a few dangling threads which have shown up, but then here or there, so I don't know anything just yet, basically. But yeah. Now we go on to the podcast games. So the games where I play them in the background while I'm doing something else. There's actually, normally there's 4, I've got 5 now, and there's a reason why I added an extra 5th one, and that's because our first game is actually the game which is for this month, game of the month, and that's Balatro. Enjoying it. I don't think it was like the game of the year type material. Like I think it was you, Matt, or was it you before you said that? But it's good for what it is.
I don't think Matt's even played Balatro, has he?
No, I haven't played Balatro, no.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm enjoying myself for what it is. I see myself playing it quite a few times. Maybe I could just do like one round and then just drop it because it seems to be a game which is quite nimble in that sense.
I have to say, I admire your ability to play only one round because I don't have that. Like, I get so sucked in. I just say, well, just one more, and it like next thing I know, it's 3 a.m. So
I will say this: I haven't done that yet.
Nice.
I found myself sat on the front of the TV playing it, and like I give myself an hour on it, and it's like I'm still playing for like 2 hours just trying to get through this run. Like get into this run, be good, get that. It's definitely a very addictive game, and the building and the decks are quite good. I kind of have a tendency to go towards straights though, and that's kind of been my Achilles heel. Because
straights I find are probably in my opinion, the worst one to go for. I think.
Yeah, the straights are the worst ones. I agree. Yeah.
That's right. Gotta go for the A's instead.
I see what you did there.
I'm glad you did.
Am I too straight to get that?
I do want to say, in general, Balatro was definitely a game I enjoyed, but I do agree it wasn't. I don't think it's as good as like the zeitgeist around it was. Is how I'd put it.
Yeah, it's fun. No denying that. It's not a 10, it's a 9 for me. There's no like overlay for the game. You just basically start runs, and so there's no real reason playing it after you actually got the first run. Yeah, it adds new challenges and such, but apart from that, it's not like Hades where if you beat it, they give you more reason to continue and such. It's like, oh, you beat it, good, great. I could drop it if I wanted to. I actually got my first win on my second play session. I think it was like maybe 10, 15th run. I've only got 2 though now, so with the yellow deck and the red deck, I'm now doing the blue deck. So it's taking me a bit of time to get through this.
I feel like Balatro in general was just much simpler and easier to crack open than a lot of roguelikes I've played, like Hades or Slay the Spire or stuff like that.
Yes,
it's much samier.
Yes, I will say that is a really good point for itself. Really, it's very easy to get into. I actually, to give you a point, someone at work, I saw someone while waiting through a meeting and such, because they're a bit bored. They're playing Electro on their phone. So yeah,
it does make it a pretty ideal phone kind of game, I think.
Yes, yeah, I'm contemplating getting it for the phone. I do a lot of theme parks, so there's a lot of waiting. The latch would be fantastic for that.
Yeah,
right.
I've got Vampire Survivors at the moment for that, but I'm getting close to the end of that one, so I will need a new one soon. I find it fun. It's good things. I'll probably actually maybe do like a run it here and there once the month's ended. I don't know how much else really I have to say about that. Probably talk about this more when we actually talk about it next year, basically, because the game this month. But the other games, first, the game which I switched out House Flipper for was Mini Metro.
Hell yeah.
Very simple.
Good game.
Yeah, very simple game, this one, actually. You have to connect up, basically create a metro system, and you have to collect different... It's very simply done, really aesthetically pleasing, and simple, but gets really hard at points. Like, it gives you real difficult challenges to do at points. Like I tried to do the one in, I think it was Wellington, where you can only actually use like one bridge. Jesus Christ, I had no luck with that one.
Yeah.
That is it's like you have like circles, squares, and triangles. I think different people want to go to different stations, so you have to make sure they don't have a line of circles, and they're always goddamn circles when they start popping up in the same location. It's like, goddamn many circles over there.
Goddamn circles.
Yeah. I go through it. My aim for this game is basically get all the achievements. I'm doing quite well with that, I guess. It might take me some time when I get to back to Wellington, because I was able to get the 2 which I wanted for that one. Yeah, it's simple, fun, and I really enjoy it. And like I said, put it in the background while watching something on YouTube and such. The other ones would just quickly go through. Euro Truck Simulator. Last year, I mentioned I dropped it because I had issues with the saves. The saves are now working, so I'm back to it. Yeah, I will say this. They also changed the achievements. So previously, if I wanted to get achievement for the map, that is called Map Finder. I had to get 100% of the map. That included all DLCs. That game is massive. They've changed it now to actually just get to X amount of kilometers. So like I think it's like 50,000 kilometers. So as soon as I started that game up, I got that achievement basically. But yeah, they actually increased the size now. I think last year they brought out I think it was Greece and the most northern point of the Scandinavias, because previously I only had like the bottom, where the capitals were at the southern parts of the country. So they got the tops now, so you can go all the way up to Lapland and stuff like that. Next year, I believe they're going to do a full remake of Britain, because Britain is really tired and old. It's got basically 2D backgrounds on that, so they're going to change that. They're going to bring out the DLCs for Iceland and Ireland as well, so that should be good as well. The other one, American Truck Simulator, just doing what I normally do. I think this year they brought in quite a few of the states, all the ones to the right, to the east of Texas, I think. So Louisiana just came out. I can't remember the rest now.
It's my home state.
Oh, your home state, yeah. Oh, let's see if we could get the state names. Give me a sec. I'm gonna have to go on maps.
And of course, you will also have to give us your favorite state to drive through. Very, very important.
Montana.
Montana.
Yeah.
Okay, that came quick. Okay.
Yeah. I found Texas. Texas got massive. Is massive, but it's a lot of stop and start as well once you get off the interstates. So it's kind of annoying. So the ones which I think came out last year were Iowa. Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, and Louisiana. So yeah.
Yes, Louisiana.
Yeah, that's actually just came out recently, actually. So I haven't had that much time to play it because I've been basically doing bilateral a lot this month. But once I get back to it, and the final one is Power Wash Simulator, where I could say I'm basically done. I think I'm on the last job. Like, this thing is massive. I just want to point this out. I started. You have to actually clean this giant pyramid temple, the inside and the outside. It took me. I think I sat down on one session, and it took me 5 hours, and I got to 75%.
Christ, it's a dirty world out there.
I've only done the DLCs for this, and there's always one where it's just like the entire level, and everything else is just like, just wash this car, just wash this whatever, and I'm like, all right, this I can do, but once they do the whole house, I'm like, no, man.
Yes,
come back to that later.
Yeah, I will admit the sporadic nature of Power Wash Simulator at the sides of them are annoying, because usually I like, okay, I'm gonna sit down and just do one job. Can't do that with certain these ones. They're like, yeah, these are too big. Like this one, I was playing practically the whole day and I didn't even complete it. So I don't kind of like that, but it is in the nature. The idea is basically, I think you go away and come back to it every so often, basically.
Oh, okay.
So the way I was playing is incorrect in that sense. But I think this is the last of the campaign levels. I got the DLC to do as well and the bonus
of course
to do. But what I'm going to do after this is actually try and collect the missing trophies I need to get, because I'm going to try to actually platinum this one. So I'm going to go back and do a certain bits and pieces for that, basically.
Damn.
Yep, that is the games I've been playing, basically.
A lot of simulation in there. You must be listening to a lot of podcasts and watching a lot of YouTube.
Yes, I am. Like off menu and listen to that as well. Nah. You don't talk about food. I want to talk about food. No.
How long to eat podcast? Let's go.
Awful.
Oh god, no! Just putting together the big food meets challenge. People is like, oh, okay, how long did it take to beat these things on? All right, so I think we can finally get into why I am here, and that is, of course, because it is the start of the year. So we have to do a recap for last year's Game of the Months. So here are the games which were chosen and nominated for 2025. Starting in January, nominated by Megami, Paper Mario. So, I haven't played this one. I made a mistake. I voted for it, but I only did the 1,000-Year Door, so I mistake this one the 1,000-Year Door.
Oh,
so
yeah.
my mistake. I didn't have the N64 version.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Yeah, I didn't play this either. When there's Nintendo on the line, I'm not usually one to vote for it anyway. I'm not a big surprise. And Paper Mario especially is not a franchise I am very interested in. I have to say though, I'm going back here a little bit. Last year, I only had 2 games that I played in the entire Game of the Month roster. And going into this, I actually thought it felt worse, but actually, looking at the actual games that were there, I did play more in this year than the one before it. So.
Well, we were discussions earlier. I found out I was actually preparing because last year a lot of us had a lot of games none of us played. This year, I would say this. At least one person has played at least one of the games which have been nominated this year. May not have been at the time of when it was nominated, but they have at least played it. And in this case, Frozen Roy, you played Paper Mario.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like I said, I didn't play it during the Game of the Month, but I've been in this game multiple times in the past, so I can talk about it quite a lot. First off, y'all are sleeping on Paper Mario. I'm just saying. It's quite good.
I really want to play it eventually. It's definitely, a game that I want to get to. I've loved the bit of 1,000-Year Door that I played. I want to play this one too, but it just hasn't happened yet.
I'd say 1,000-Year Door is the much better game, and if you're only going to play one, play that one. But Paper Mario, very good. It's, very fun game. The graphics are very good, and especially for the Nintendo 64. Probably because of the fact they're not trying to go like super 3D, all that kind of stuff. But these graphics still hold up very well. It's not as great of a story as 1,000-Year Door, Super Paper Mario for sure. It's more, fun time, more of a basic Mario story. 1,000-Year Door goes a lot more weird. Super Paper Mario goes a lot more weird. Gameplay is quite good, though it is a bit unrefined compared to 1,000-Year Door. One of the things I've always liked a lot about both of these games, but the original is like one. There's a lot of variety and ability of customization with the badge system. Obviously, it's not that dissimilar to like Materia in Final Fantasy VII or a job system or whatever. But it is quite varied in how you can tackle the game or even make your own challenges with like Jumpman and Hammerman badges, which lock out one entire command system from the game to power up your other one. So you're playing with half your options. Music is very good in this game too. Boss music. I remember Crystal King, I believe, had a pretty good theme. Like, that's the boss of the final level, basically. It does a good job. One thing I think it does a good job with this game is that obviously you get some of the standard Mario like level themes like desert, ice world, fire world, but it does a good job of not just making it feel like you're going through the same kind of Mario bullshit kind of thing. You're going through an ancient Egyptian tomb. You're going through like on a treasure hunt through a volcano kind of thing, and rather than just this is the fire world, this is the desert world.
Sure.
That's fair.
I don't know if the paper character should be roaming around the fire world. Just saying.
Hey,
don't worry about it.
You know what they say? High risk, high reward, right?
Sure.
Memorable characters. The Peach sections are fun in this game. They're like simple investigative, stealthy kind of stuff. But you get a lot of good humor in those scenes. Just well written. It's kind of funny. I feel like Paper Mario and Paper Mario the 1,000-Year Door ended up actually really informing Bowser's characterization as he was presented through games past probably the Wii era, give or take. When you actually look at how Bowser's been characterized and how his relationship with Peach and all that, those all feel very informed by these two games. Super Paper Mario 2, but especially these two games, I feel.
Yeah, I have played parts of 1,000-Year Door. This is a game I retired when I was young, really young. I think I got to the final bosses, and then I just died and I gave up. But I do remember it was quite fun. I think the parts I remember the most for that was the Peach sections.
Peach has great sections in 1,000-Year Door. They're great.
Yeah, and like I said, I got this mixed up. I thought what was nominated was the 1,000-Year Door. I didn't realize there was actually one on the N64. So luckily, this didn't change the outcome because this won by a good amount. We thought so if we removed my vote, it was still about one, so it didn't really matter.
Well, who knows? Maybe if 1,000-Year Door wins later, then you'll get to experience it.
Yeah, well, I'll have to set up the GameCube. Yep.
Hey, never a bad time to set up the GameCube.
Yeah, but I've got a big list of games I have to get through anyway. Most of them are actually previous game of the month. So, right. Anything else you want to add, or shall we continue on to the next game?
I think we can just continue. I think I've gotten the general point across.
Yeah, I'll add this as well. Well, I'll put this in before you actually said you actually beat it, Roy. So, but I was going to actually give a general consensus for games which none of us played. But what the general consensus was: fun, but a bit simple, like any character development, but has some light humor. That is what I read from the forums and Discord threads.
It seems like a reasonable assessment.
Lack of any character development. It sounds like those paper characters were pretty flat.
Oh no! How dare you?
That's my contribution to this.
But yeah, I'll try to actually get a general. I think general consensus idea will probably be a good idea to continue. Next year I'll get a general consensus so we actually can see what people say about the game. So the February we had 2 games to discuss because it's also our anniversary this year. But before we get to the anniversary, let's talk about the main game which won. So nominated by Olympic, Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. So does anyone want to start, or should I just start?
I can start. I can start by saying I own the game but didn't play it. I have finished.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say immediately, with a title like that, it was very obvious it's gonna win. Like I would have been shocked if Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion did not win. Plus, it's a pretty cheap, widespread game. I think it got given away in bundles and whatnot a lot, so
Definitely.
no surprise.
It was the Epic game as well, so it's been given away there. That's why I got.
Yeah, it was a free Epic. That's how I got it.
Yeah. In the end, though, I was a bit about the game. It was all right.
Yeah.
It worked. It was basically a simple Zelda game. Had some good jokes here and there, but not much else to take about it. It was very short as well. You could probably sit down in a single session and beat it.
Yeah, I did.
And I think, that roguelike section is the only part where you have to do a bit extra to actually get the 100%. And I was like, come on. But it was, I think the big thing was, like, each time you got a paper thing, you had to rip it, basically. Even if it was something which was nice, rip it, and that's it.
Yeah, I remember I liked the theme of that because this was basically, I mean, heavy spoilers here, as with all the games pretty much, but if you care about spoilers for this.
Notice how I didn't take the headphones off for this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not that invested in the Turnip Boy universe.
Yeah. But I actually loved the concept of this game where it introduces you to this quirky little colorful world of talking vegetables and whatnot, and slowly kind of gives you the hints that this is a post-apocalyptic world after nuclear war where the vegetables mutated, and there's you eventually even find out that there's like some last remaining human beings trying to survive and whatever, and you have actually a grim encounter with them as well, which I actually loved, that sort of shit. And in that sense, I also loved the notion that all the papers that you collect were remnants of the bureaucracy of the dying out humans, and you want to get rid of them because they are what destroying the world. And I love this stupid, like, very clunky, but I love this stupid message and whatever. I even did get all the collectible paper things to get like the special ending and whatever in this game. But overall, I'm with you that it was a very simple kind of game, neat but not amazing.
I got to say, it has this is another game which where it has a stupid premise where somehow it also involves the apocalypse of the world.
Yeah,
because we've also had. It was the bird one. I've come with the bloody name of that one. The bird dating
Heartful
game.
Boyfriend. Yeah.
Heartful Boyfriend, because that also had apocalyptic elements underneath as well, didn't it? Like, all it's about producing with the last female which is available. So okay. But yeah, I forgot about that just to show you how the game was. I completely forgot about the apocalyptic sections until you actually made mention of it again.
Yeah.
Leah, you've also beaten it. Do you have anything else to add to this?
Not really. I mean, I feel the same way mostly. Like, it definitely was. If I had found this game like right at the start of smartphones, I would have played it on my phone. Like, it just feels like the kind of game that I was like, yeah, while I was waiting in between classes, this would have been like a top-notch game for me back in the day. But like now I'm just like, all right, I'm playing through it, but like there's no real like as a mobile game, great game. As like something I have to sit in front of my PC to play, like I didn't need to do that. So, yeah, it was a cute little idea, I guess. Um, I really like the Zelda likeness of it. Um, but yeah, it was just kind of sat there at the end really for me. Well,
Yeah.
I had this memory of just finishing the game and like as soon as I saw the credits was like immediately quit, uninstall. I was like, I didn't want to spend any more time than I had to in that game. I was like, I beat it, great, awesome. That's all I needed to know.
Yeah, it's not a game I hated, but it's not a game I'm going to remember. Like I said, I forgot completely about the apocalyptic shit, which I was ever in the game. But
I
yeah,
guess in the end, it turned out to be Turnip Boy forgets tax evasion.
To be fair, though, there is a sequel, Turnip Boy Robs a Bank, which
Yeah.
seems to be much more, action oriented and whatever. That seems to be
from the sounds
worth
of it,
a look.
There's the
from the
third
sounds of it,
too.
the Turnip Boy series basically changed up the elements which you play it with. Turnip Boy
Yeah.
commits tax evasion definitely did well enough to actually commit that because, well, of course, they got that name basically. Yeah, you get
Yeah.
through that. But yeah, so let's go to the next game, and it's still February because this is the 10-year anniversary of Game of the Month. So we decided to have an extra game, and this
Yep.
was the choice for this was any game which was released in 2015 when we first started this, and so which one? Which yeah, I agree. This is probably the best game of 2015, and it was a strong year. Bloodborne. This was nominated by Ashwinder and R2D2 1999, although I guess it's up to Tiamat who he chooses as a nominator. That's the way I put it, so that's the way it is. But
Yeah.
I have completed this game, and the longer I've stewed on it, the more I say this is the best of the Soulsborns from Software. It is immense. It is strong. It starts off with like the sense of just like Victorian era, like you're fighting werewolves and stuff, werewolves, vampires, stuff like that, and then starts to bring in the Cthulhu shit at later in the game, basically, and it gets really mad, and it's. Previously, where a lot of the other games, this actually pulled me out of actually doing this. You would turtle, where it means you hide behind your shield and then wait for your chance to do that. This took away the shield, so you didn't have the opportunity, and means that it rewards aggressive nature gameplay in this. It is immense. It is fun, and it rewards just doing this. It has a few issues. Not many though, actually. The only thing I didn't like really, and that's because it really messed up the rest of the gameplay for me, was the chalice dungeons, because I found them to be basically a area where I could just farm. I was able to actually reach like the hundreds on my first playthrough, and so it made like the final bosses a cinch. So I also played through the DLC and the Orphan of Kos. Everyone actually says that is one of the hardest bosses in the game at all. Beat him on my second run, and I believe it's because I was quite powerful at the time. So
Right. Just overstated for the situation.
Yeah, because the hardest boss in the end for me turned out to be the Amandula in the half health chalice dungeon, because he wasn't built for that goddamn chalice dungeon. You had to keep fighting the camera to do that, and you had half health, and he was much more powerful than the Amandula in the main game.
Yeah.
So the challenge dungeons, they would experiment with things, and I think this is what led to Night Rain in the end, because that is what they were doing, is like trying different ways to actually make this work. But they messed up the main frame for this, for the main story, and I feel they should have changed it or removed it, basically, because it made the game easy if you actually went through all the challenge dungeons, and you needed to get to the final boss at the end of that challenge dungeon, which was the bride. I can't remember her name, but it's like, yeah.
You know what the worst problem with this game is?
Yep, it's not on PC.
The fact it hasn't been released anywhere. I can't get it anywhere. That's why I didn't play it.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad about it. Bloodborne is like basically the only major Souls-like game that I'm kind of interested in, mostly for the Lovecraftian elements. But I'm also kind of glad it hasn't reached the PC yet, because then I would actually have to try it and probably fail miserably. So I'm actually happy either way.
There's always a wall in these games, and the wall for this one will be Father Gascon. He's like the second boss in that game, and he took me a few times to get down. And that is basically, if you can get past him, I have to remember this as well. I actually convinced a mate to play this, and he kept. I remember he was texting me, telling me, "I hate this game. I hate this game," because he got the Father Gascoigne. I didn't hear him for like a week or so, because I was on holiday, and then texting back, said, "What are you playing now?" And saying, "I'm still playing Bloodborne. Fucking love this game." He got past Gascoigne. He loved the rest of the game. I also want to point out this. This game is also where I actually started realizing, in terms of horror, one of the most important things is soundscape, because the unseen village, once you get to that area, that music is so fucking demented. It's so creepy. Like, it has this choir going in the background, being quiet every so often, and then suddenly they just start screaming out at you, and it just creeps you out that way. The unseen village is a bit of a pain in the ass, because you have to get through a few hunters, and the boss there was the unseen one, and he was like, meh, he's not one of the more important one of the bosses, really. I will say bosses, because again, it's a Bloodborne game. The best boss is Ludwig. I love Ludwig.
Ludwig's great, dude.
Yeah, Ludwig. The one after her, the Maria, I think it is. Is it Sister Maria?
Maria, Lady of the Clock Tower.
Yeah, her. Those two are really excellent. Base game. Father Gascoigne, we've already mentioned. What was the other one, actually? It was the Bloodstarved Beast. That's the other one I was thinking of as well. Although I beat him on the first go, so he was another one, because he actually poisoned you. The one which I actually found hard was the Spider Cross, I think it's called. I think that's the name of it.
Couldn't tell you.
Wait, are you talking about the spider?
Yes, the spider.
Oh, the spider. That cost isn't in that name. It's fuck. What was it?
Bill, probably, maybe Peter.
Rom, the vacuous spider. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's the one. I just get them up there.
I had to find it. I had to look it up. I couldn't remember on the spot.
Yeah. I remember my mate actually having issues with the Shadows of Yharnam, and I beat the first go. It's like I just knew how to actually kite them, basically. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else on the other games. There was like Gamora, the first hunter. I guess he was good as well to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've competed once. I may have to go back to get the platinums, because it's the usual. You have to redo it to actually get all the endings. But it's a game I heavily recommend. If it's your first first Dark Souls Soulsborne game, there's going to be a wall which you're going to have to get past. Even if it's not your first one with Dark Souls, you still got to get past that wall, because you have to change up how you play. It is a beautifully made game. The gameplay is so rewarding. It actually gets you to be more offensive than you previously was. It's fantastic. It is worthy of the Game of the Year for 2015, and 2015 had things like The Witcher 3, so it was a strong year for games.
Here's a question, though. I have a question for you, Knalb. Did you play Bloodborne cards, aka Nightmare card?
Yeah, we played for the Itchmas stuff, yeah.
Okay, what were your thoughts, like, after also experiencing Bloodborne? Did I do a good representation or whatever?
It was Nightmare card. It's a bit different to what you'll get in the game. They actually made... I actually like that a lot. It's like there's a boss in that game with the hat. I can't remember the name. Let's try to find his name, actually. Martin Logarius. Oh, Martin Logarius. That's another really fucking good boss. He's like a hidden boss.
He looks cool as fuck, too.
Oh, yeah, no. With the scythe and such. Yeah, he's really good. Oh, it's Makalash, the host of Nightmare, I felt I actually preferred the cart level to the boss fight in the main game in Nightmare.
I love that.
Yeah, you can't really compare them because Nightmare Cart is basically a play on the idea that every game in the PS era will got that cart game, and it was just a good laugh, really. They did really well. The clock tower level was really good actually, and it looked very similar to the clock tower itself. So yeah, not. It's hard to say. It does a very good job actually showing off what the Bloodborne will look like in the PS era, but it's different gameplay, so it's no way it's the same.
Until Bloodborne hits PC, that's gonna be my only experience with this game.
Well, you could play the Bloodborne PS ports game, I guess. The same person who did Nightmare Cart made that Bloodborne remake.
Oh yeah, true.
So I do want to ask one question, but it's to Diallo. You also played this game. I feel like conversation hasn't really come your way yet. So do you have any thoughts on it?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts about Bloodborne. So I've mentioned a couple times that I have like the 5 games that I wanted to beat in 2024, which I still haven't beaten in the year 2026 now. This is one of those games. I was playing it a lot at the beginning of 2024, but then in April 2024, I was moving back to the States, so I packed up my PS4, and unfortunately, since moving back to the States, I haven't found the time to boot it up and get back into the game. I really want to at some point because I was very much enjoying it, but yeah, I will say atmospherically, it's definitely my favorite Soulsborne that I've played so far. And also, so 2024 happened to be a year that I was really sort of diving into horror as a genre. So I was playing a lot of I guess I started playing some horror games before that, but that was the year I was reading a lot of horror, including Lovecraftian horror. So it felt like really good timing for me to be interacting with Bloodborne as well. I do appreciate that this game is more action, I guess fast-paced action. I'm not one who ever shields or parries in these games to begin with, so it's kind of matched up with my playstyle. And I very much enjoy it. One thing that kind of has slowed down, or I guess besides the move and not booting up my PS4, but when I was actively playing the game, one thing that did sort of slow down my progress a little bit is that I feel like in the other Soulsborne games that I've played, if you die on a boss, if you're in Elden Ring or Dark Souls, for example, your flasks are instantly replenished. So you do have to do the sort of the boss run, which I don't mind, get back to the boss, and then you're sort of good to fight them again. Whereas for this game, the blood vials don't carry over. So I would often get to a point where I was retrying a boss a couple times, and then I'd hit a point where I needed to grind to get more blood vials, so because I didn't want to go into the fight with I wanted to be as prepared to fight the boss as possible, and sometimes grinding to get there. Yeah.
Well, Demon Souls also had that same issue because it's
gotcha.
It's a the difference is basically this is a consumable because in the flask which gets replenished each time, but the difference is you actually take 20 blood vials into the boss fights, and they're much faster than the flasks I found.
Right.
You can also use create them if you actually use your health, if I remember correctly as well. Either that or it's the bullets. It's one and two. If you take a bit of your health, you can actually create something.
I think it was the bullets that you could create. Yeah. But having to grind through that did slow me down a little bit every now and then. But overall, definitely have had a good time with the game, and I'm very much looking forward to getting back to it. Hopefully soon.
That was perfect time in February last year, and you missed it.
Yeah.
Oh, what part did you get to? Do you remember?
So I'm currently on the One Reborn.
Yeah. So you've heard the music I was talking about with the Unseen Village.
Yeah.
Oh, that choir noise though. That fucking was demented, and I actually got shivers when I heard it. But yeah, Bloodborne, recommend it. If you haven't played it, play it. Or keep complaining to Sony about getting it onto the PC. Don't know why they haven't. They've got every other one onto the PC. We'll just set up that one.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
I was joking before we started recording. I can almost guarantee that as soon as I beat this game on PS4, they're going to announce a PC port. That's how it always goes for me. I bought a bunch of 3DS games right before the store, and all of the games that I purchased have been announced for Switch or Switch 2. So I'll take one for the team here.
Yeah, you gotta get back on that game.
Yeah.
Right. So the next game. So we finished gushing off Bloodborne, because I love that game. But we're now on to March. So the game which was for March was nominated by Mao Zedong, and it's Metroid Zero Mission. Never played it.
Me neither.
I have.
This is a game.
Everybody at once.
Yalo, do you want to go first?
Yeah. I didn't play it when it was Game of the Month, but I did play it in 2024, so it's still kind of relatively recent and it's a bit fresh in my mind. This was the first Metroid game that I ever played, and it sort of started a bit of a Metroid marathon for me. I played this one, then I ended up playing Super Metroid, and then Metroid Fusion. I have some other games in the series that I need to work my way through as well, but yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, this was the first Metroid game that I actually finished only because it was Game of the Month, and I was like, I have Metroid for NES, and I always wanted to finish it. So since this is basically the remake of it, I was like, well, it's shinier graphics. I'm gonna play this one because it was, it's on the Nintendo Switch Online. So I was like, all right, I can finally finish that game and beat a game for Game of the Month at the same time. So great.
And I first beat it in 2021, which was a year where I basically went through all the Metroid games that were like 2D and beat them in preparation for Metroid Dread. So, for me, kind of talking about this game, I would say it's quite good, but I do think compared to most of the other 2D Metroids I've played, it's a weaker one, which in this case means it's only an 8 out of 10, to be clear. Very interesting how they modernized this game compared to the original in various regards. And I think it is a good thing they did keep a lot of the original skeleton intact still. It's more of an update to the game systems and quality of life rather than a complete transformation for a good chunk of the game. And then at the end, they add a whole new section, which was actually rather interesting. So I thought that was
So is Metroid Zero Mission like a remake of like the first Metroid original?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is a remake of the first NES Metroid.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
Yes.
On the subject of quality of life, I definitely felt so because I was kind of trying to go like in Metroid order, like remake something in for like the original. So I played this one first, and the next one was Super Metroid. Or is that right? The Super Metroid.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Metroid 2 is the next one after this.
Okay.
Wait, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one. I was playing the 3DS remake of that one, but it was, I don't know, just didn't grab me the same way. But going from Metroid Zero Mission to Super Metroid, I definitely felt I was missing some of those quality of life features that we had in Zero Mission. So yeah, I haven't played the original Metroid, but feeling their absence going into Super Metroid, I can appreciate them.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny from my perspective because I played Super Metroid before Metroid Zero Mission, and I don't know. I didn't really miss the features in Super Metroid a lot. I'm not gonna turn this into talking about Super Metroid too much, but just as a quick thing, I'll say as a comparison, I felt like Super Metroid to me did such a good job of guiding me where I needed to go and having very memorable locations and screens that I never had trouble really finding stuff or trying to figure out how to go, except for like 1 or 2 points that were maybe a bit obtuse. I think anyone who's beating the game might know what one of those points is, kind of thing. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But with Zero Mission, I think the world, one thing I do think kind of quote unquote hurts it is I do think the world feels a bit less cohesive than Super Metroid, or even in a weird way, Metroid Fusion, which is weird to say. But it is still good world building, you know. Also, this game doesn't have quite as good of bosses as like Super Metroid or especially Metroid Fusion, I'll say. But the bosses are solid, but it's like mostly Kraid, Ridley, Mother Brain, and what? There was like 1 or 2 mini bosses, right?
Yeah.
You know.
I get the bosses. I forget which game bosses appeared in mixed up. So.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You know, one thing I do love about this is I feel like the GBA graphics look really good with Metroid. I do think Metroid Fusion pulled it off better, but it always looks really good with Metroid. Of the sprite work, I think the way GBA handled colors always worked well with Metroid in a weird way. Again, more so with Fusion, where they really kind of go with like the Lifesavers Crayola energy.
I haven't played this either, but it is. I'm kind of curious about it. I played Super Metroid when it was Game of the Month like years before, and that was probably a game I only did try because of Game of the Month. I don't think I would have picked it up myself.
Same.
And like I'm kind of glad about it, but I also got like reaffirmed that it's not my style of game. I loved the atmosphere; it rules in that sense. But I'm not like a big Metroidvania game. And now, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Zero Mission much less of a Metroidvania? Isn't it much more straightforward, or is that?
I think you're thinking of Fusion.
Yeah, okay. I keep
You're
mixing
thinking of
those two up.
Fusion, which I would say right now, if you want something like Super Metroid, but a bit less of a Metroidvania, you want Metroid Fusion.
Yeah, okay. Because these two, Zero Mission and Fusion, are the two that people recommend these to me all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm probably gonna get to it at some point, but not now. Not then.
I'm getting old because I remember that Super Metroid being annoyed by trying to actually do the hooks thing.
Yeah.
We had to actually keep going across and doing more bloody times. That pain in the ass for me.
But I would definitely say Metroid Fusion, try it. Metroid Zero Mission, I would say it is more straightforward than Super Metroid to an extent, because the key thing is, unlike Super Metroid, the game's map screen, I think you can turn it off if you don't want it, tells you roughly where you need to go next.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, for Metroid.
Yeah. So I think if you were like getting lost or getting annoyed by that kind of thing, sometimes you're going to have to go a different direction to unlock something first, but you always have a general idea where you're going.
Yep. Yeah, that I definitely appreciate that. Super Metroid, I needed a guide at some point after a while.
Right.
Yeah, same. Well, happy with this. Shall we move on to the next game then?
Yep.
Wow. So,
sure.
Meowsing Dong on a streaker got their second game nominated. In April, he got Nier Automata won the Game of the Month. So, yeah, again, not played. So I've got nothing to say. It seems like Diallo and Leah are the ones who played it this time.
Yeah, I think Diallo has more to say than I do. I feel like this ends up more in my retire than anything.
Yeah, we've talked about this game a little bit in the past as Leah was playing it. So I don't have like, I guess, a ton new to add this time around, but I will say I'm sort of skipping ahead to, I see that in the general consensus notes that there were some grumblings about having to do multiple playthroughs to get the true ending. And that's a take that I can't fully get behind. I think for me,
it's based on one person, I'll be honest, but still, people were complaining about it.
But I've heard other people say that too, and for me, I feel like, so yes, the credits roll at the end of each route, but it feels to me like it's more like a Act 1, Act 2 situation rather than like a multiple playthrough situation. Yeah. Like some of the routes do cover some similar ground, but I just feel like you're doing such different things in all of them, and there's like a cohesive story if you go through all of the routes that, I don't know, I feel like it's worth it. It never felt stale to me, I guess. And I guess like if you just play one route of the game, you don't feel like satisfied with it. That kind of makes sense because again, if you were to play a game and only play Act 1 and be like, well, this felt a little bit underwhelming. It's like, well, yeah, you have to see like the other acts to get the end. And I feel like if you only do a single act, you're not going to see what ends up making the game special. Also, I will say the game, even if you do all of the routes, it's not that long. It's like under 40 hours. So I feel like it's worth the time investment. I think it's a fantastic game. It's one of my favorites. Banging soundtrack, highly recommend it. I would say if you're hesitant about having to sort of like if you have concerns about it being potentially too repetitive, I would say don't. I think it stays fresh and interesting, and it's fantastic.
Dude, imagine playing like Baldur's Gate 3 and you finish the first act and you stop the game and you're like, man, Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't all it was cracked up to be. I can't actually say too much about the quality because I didn't play it, obviously. But I will say this game is on my 300 games bucket list. It's in the top 100. It's probably top 20 or 25. I really want to get to it. I didn't really have a way to play it for a long time, and I constantly debate if I should just get on Switch or wait until I have a computer that can probably run it better. But
it's something which is on my radar. It's not something which I am desperate to get to, but if I can get to it, I will. But for now, it is not. So that's the way you put it.
I just wanted to say one last thing, and one thing that I think makes me very interested in Nier Automata is that I have a friend who played the original Nier back when it first came out, and it didn't sell well, and it didn't get a lot of talk back then. And they were talking about how much they just loved that game, and they're one of my really close friends. So the moment I saw that Nier was getting a sequel, I was interested in this game from like day one. That's all I really wanted to say.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Nier has previously also won the Game of the Month, so it has actually been an option for people to play as well. They also did that remake, didn't they? It was at like 1.11426784.
Nier Replicant bunch of numbers.
Yes.
That's a game that I've played the first couple of hours of, and I think I've mentioned this on the podcast before, but one of my friends has joked that DL has played the first 5 hours of every video game that exists. That's very true for Nier Replicant. I want to get back to that eventually, because I was so in love with Automata after I finished it that I wanted to see more of this universe. But maybe this year I'll finally complete it.
Surely.
Maybe so.
It's like nervous sweat drop. That's why what the game that we were talking, there was some game we were talking about earlier. Oh, Hades 2. I'm super interested in that one. I know for a fact I'm not going to play it this year because my backlog has already spiraled way out of control. So I want to play it hopefully in this lifetime, but I know that my hands are beyond full.
Yeah. Oh well, that is. There's a ton of games that you want to play. There's a lot of games I want to play, and you just have to find the time. I use the Game of the Month, a lot of it, to actually try games which are on my backlog, which I would never get to otherwise. Because my backlog is 3,000 long, because I did stupid and bought 2 of the Itch.io bundles. So that's where it came from.
Yeah, that balloons the backlog some years.
That'll do it.
Yeah. But yeah. Now we're on to, because we're in April Fool's Choice, and nominated by our own cockroach here, Hatris.
Hell yes, dog. On that note, I did actually talk to Everdread to change my username from cock to cockroach, so I'm actually like family friendly now.
Oh, look at him selling out to the family friendly side.
The Disney-fied roach.
Oh, the friendly cockroach.
I don't want to upset our IGN overlords, so it had to be done at some point. Hatris. I nominated this because it's the greatest game of all time. Obviously, a hat-themed Tetris spin-off by the creator of Tetris. And I don't think I expected this to win, even for Fool's Choice, but I'm very happy it did. I think there's probably only a handful of people that actually played that shit. I took it as an opportunity to try out the different types of Hatris because it has multiple platform ports, and they are all very different in how they function with their rule set. And I personally prefer the Game Boy one, which has a special head to squash whole stacks and whatnot, which is not in the others, or like not in all of them at least. And I did actually also grind that out for like 5+ hours to get all the individual win state animations for each level, so to say, although I did use the level select screen to get to those, because beating that shit in one go, I could not imagine. That shit is tricky as fuck. Like playing with heads, stacking heads was never this fun, and I still recommend this weird, obscure Tetris spin-off to everybody. And I think I'm actually not the only person here that has played this. So let's talk about Hatris.
Try to run a hat shop using this game. You're fucked. Each time you try to stack up all the hats together, it's going to disappear. And so, of course, I went bankrupt because all the hats disappeared. I made a joke about the Minesweeper one there previously, which King M did.
Yeah, I appreciated that. Yeah, a little story in the thread.
I tried it with the ROM though. I wasn't really impressed. I'll be honest. I did like the animations. Like if you put the hats together, it would actually stack them properly. But it was just basically a for free color collector basically, and you can only do it in one line, in one set. So it was like, don't know. I was not fully enjoying this one, I'll be honest. So I had a few goes with it, and then dropped it basically.
Which version did you play? Which port?
idea. It was a ROM which I found online.
So you don't remember if it was NES or Game Boy or Famicom?
I didn't check that stuff. I just basically found a website which actually had Hatris and just played it there.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I think for the most part, they tend to be the NES or Famicom.
Can you imagine? Turns out he found some like secret unlicensed Hatris.
Yeah, I found like as many of I just went on the Wikipedia and I just like looked up all the different ports and found every single one that I could find, either like emulated or like playing from a browser, and I played all of them just to see the differences. But yeah, I think for the most part, when it comes to the ones that you can find on browsers, it's usually the NES or the Famicom versions. So
yeah, likely
it had to be one of
it
those.
looked like it did. I'll be honest, it did look like a Game Boy version, so I can't say if it was the Game
So
Boy
you did
version.
play the superior one.
Probably not. I don't remember seeing any big hats.
The weirdest one is the American NES version, though, because it has the two creators of the game, like Alexei and the other dude, I don't know the name, just at the side of the screen, and you can use them like support characters with their own abilities every now and then. It's fucking crazy. It's very complex and deep. You don't get it.
Wasn't the Turbo Graphics Hatris weird too?
I haven't played that. Is that a thing? Oh my god.
Yeah, played it. I remember we were talking about it once.
Yeah, I very strange graphics, but good graphics. I like that one too.
Turbo graphics even.
That's meh. I don't like those type of games, you know, where you're being mushed to actually get an answer. I like to take my time with puzzlers, and yeah, one wasn't gonna get with this with the Hatris. And like I said, made me bankrupt. So
yeah.
Now to get over my bankruptcy, let's go on to the next game. So nominated by Thomas E. For May was Fallout New Vegas, and every year, it looks like I'm the only one who played it, but every year I always seem to have this one game which takes up the most of my time. Fallout New Vegas was this game for me, and yeah, it was good actually, really good actually. At points, I had issues with the bag inventory. The inventory was terrible. Like it's very difficult to actually sort things out, and you end up. I hate those inventories where it's based on weight, because I always find that inventories are over. You get too much items in those games. So it's annoying to actually have to go through, find the things you had to get rid of, and then dump them somewhere. I was able to get a free home in Novak, and I just kept dumping everything into there. Because of course, the safe's there, you can put anything you want in there. So it's like, yeah, they don't care. Like tiny safe, here you go, here's an RPG, that'll fit. But yeah, in the end, overall, this game was fantastic. It allows you to go everywhere, but it always was sign you up to actually go find different locations. Like it always wants you to go to a specific location. It has multiple quests to get you to a specific area. Like I think one of them was that vault with the voting. I'll get to that later. There was I think 3 or 4 different quests which take you to that location, so you can actually read the story for what was happening in that vault, because that is probably one of the best locations in the game. And New Vegas, is always in view for you, so you always have a pinpoint where you can actually go. H1 guy, if you're watching YouTube, has a 3-hour long YouTube show he had where he was gushing about the whole design of this game, and it's really good. Like the fact that the starting area is basically a 5-minute walk away from the strip itself, but to get there you have to get through Death Claws and Cazadors. Both will kill you instantly if they see you at that level. So it's always trying to tell you to go the long way back. And it does some really good moments in that to actually showcase and makes it your story. I remember specifically getting to a meeting the Caesar's Legion for the first time. Because when you get there, they have basically assaulted and pillaged a village who were basically breaking rules, bribing people, trying to get what they please, and actually just hurting people. And they went there, took everyone, and either turned them into slaves or crucified them. And the person there, you sees them, talks to you, and says, "What you going to do about it?" And then just walks off. it was intense, and you could not take him at that point. You were too weak, so you just had to let him go, basically. And it just really gives you this foreboding nature of what that faction was. The factions themselves were all very different. They were all had their own motivations, their pros and their cons. Like I'd say the good guys in this game, the New California New Republic, they suffered from corruption from within. And there's a lot of people actually just getting bribes away, but they were a democracy, and they were actually trying to actually recreate the old American way, and they had a lot of bureaucracy, but they did try their best to actually do what it is. They were just stretched too thin, basically. Caesar's Legion were trying to actually replicate. Well, they were LARPing Roman times, but they didn't understand it, so they're quite bad in that sense. But at the same time, because they were ruthless, merchants preferred them because they could get around the regions without being molested, which they can't say were everywhere else, basically. So it was very safe if you were in Caesar's good nature, in good view, basically. The strip itself, Mr. House is lead from, was trying to be, well, I guess liaison fair style, allowing people to do what they please. So there's a lot of capitalism in there. There was a lot of people actually making good buck from actually the strip. The strip was definitely the place where you can get a lot of money and where you can make money, go make a broke. But he's of course a bit of a hypocrite because he had a lot of taxes in there. Like he's going liaison fair, but you have to pay him basically. So he was hypocrite in that sense. Then you got the Yes Man, which is basically your faction where you make your own and you have no idea what you're gonna do. Just get independence basically, and that could be hit and miss in that sense, but it is what it is. But yeah, the vaults as well. They were actually some really strong ones. I had a bit of a mention there about the voting one. That one was cool. That is one of the darkest, bleakest stories in the Vault series. Like if you know from the Fallout, a lot of the vaults were built as testing research labs, and the idea of this one was that each year they had to nominate one person to be killed to keep the vault running. And so the whole system set up around that vote system. So each year they would actually start campaigns of like propaganda, jeering, just attacking the person.
Here's why Johnny should die.
Basically, yeah. And they started building factions where they actually would nominate someone from the different faction and then get them killed. And in the end, like one person was nominated, but I can't remember, but I think they committed suicide before they could actually go into the overseer's office to actually commit the sacrifices they required. And in the end, it caused a civil war within that vault. At the end of it, though, 3 people were left, and they decided that doesn't matter. We're just going to let the vault do what it pleases and just kills us. At the end, the vault tells them, you have made a sacrifice by not choosing this. You no longer have to do this vote. Continue as you please. And in the end, there were just 3 people left. So this whole thing was just to see if they could stop doing this. Basically the trolley pop. See if we can actually do it from many to the few. If you got the sacrifice. In the end, those 3 people basically committed suicide because they couldn't believe what had happened, what was happening, and that vault died basically because of that reason.
What a bunch of losers!
Yeah, like the vault inside of the New Vegas, I think, remember correctly, was built around gambling, and that's why the whole system on the strip, when it got wiped out, is built around gambling. Because in that vault, they actually, if they wanted to get something, they would have to gamble, and then if they won, they got it. If not, they had to give something by the way. And so they have a whole system of gambling, which says for the strip. I can't remember what the other ones were, but sorry. But they were like a few votes around. You're not a vote dweller this time. Like Fallout 3 and Fallout, you were called the courier. And the whole game, basically, you were chasing after the person who tried to kill you to take a chip which was needed to actually activate robots, basically. But yeah, I think it was really strong in that sense, except the DLCs. a lot of these DLCs I thought were weak. I did not like a lot of them. I especially hated Old World Blues because what they tried to do there was make it a comedy game. Because you basically get sent to like the MIT location with these like floating brains who are doing all this science, and they don't care about the rest of the world. They just want to actually do experiments. And during that whole level area, you've got a lot of technical garbage sent at you, which is just annoying, and they just kept talking, and then all their quests ended up being fetch quests. So go here, grab this thing, come back. Go here, grab this thing, come back. And it was just a boring, dull. I will admit, the weapons there were fun. Like they had the K9, which was a gun powered by a dog's brain. So, okay, fine, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
but that was the weakest of the DLCs. The next one, which I wasn't too big fan because I think it was just undercooked, was I can't remember. Now I'm gonna have to get the name of these DLCs. Give me a sec.
There's Dead Money, Lonesome Road, Old World Blues,
Oh, it's Honest Hearts. Yeah, so the one I was thinking was Honest Hearts. Because this one, actually, there's like a man who is actually important to the Caesar's Legion. He used to be the Caesar's right-hand man, but because of their failure to get the Hoover down, the Caesar punished him, burned him, and threw him off. But he actually survived, and instead of going back for revenge, he decided that he realized that the Legion will fall apart, especially with the Caesar dead, basically. So he decided to just ignore it and started helping the people who actually helped him. And you have a quest there because there's a tribe which is attacking the other tribe, and the whole point is, what's the point? How far of your the violence could you take? How far would you need to go to actually save yourself? And such, because he is very Christian, basically. He's trying to actually follow Christian values. And you can actually, there is another character who actually tries to find a different route to what the Burning Man has to deal with. Because this Burning Man was like, let's take the fight to them and then prevent them to actually continuing. While the Burning Man, the other man was like trying to find ways to actually get rid of them in other ways. But I can't. But the problem of it was kind of half-baked. You learn nothing of this other man. You learn a lot about the Burning Man, and he's a very interesting character, very complex, and I really enjoyed him. But it felt like you went to the Burning Man, then went to the next guy, and you learned nothing of him. You had to do a few quests, then you had to decide between the two, and that was basically the DLC at the end. It's, like I said, a bit half-baked. I wish there was more to it, but that's what it was. The next one, which I liked the after, was the Dead Money. I love this premise. The idea is basically it is a heist on an old casino. You have to get in and get like some old tech from the Brotherhood, and they've actually, the way they've done it is he's actually basically kidnapped you and placed bomb collars around you, and you have to actually. There are like 3 other people who also have these bomb collars. You have to go grab them, bring the heist, and then get through. And those characters are really complex and really fun to deal with, as well as the big baddie, the general from the Brotherhood of Steel. They were great fun, and the whole concept I loved, because it was like a haunted casino, and you actually see like holograms going around. You have to fight them. You have to define their hologram status and destroy them, otherwise they will kill you instantly. But it was built on stealth, and I was not a stealth character, so it was annoying to deal with because it has these like ghosts, which you shoot, and they will come back to life unless you actually cut their heads off. So that was annoying. So I had to keep, because of the way the inventory works, I couldn't actually quick move between our characters. I had to actually go into my inventory, change over to a knife, cut him, and change back to my weapon. So that was annoying to deal with. The final one. This is the DLC I like the most, Lonesome Road. This one was very linear, but it was planned that way. The whole thing was built around Ulysses, a character who you have a strong background with, and everything. The only person who actually talks in this is your companion Ede, which is like a small robot, and they can only make buzzing, beeping noises and send recordings to you, and Ulysses, who can talk through Ede itself. And he basically chastised you for the actions and your choices which you made throughout the whole game. If you've been playing for the rest of the game, this is like basically supposed to be end game, and it really fits well and actually discusses things, because there are things which the courier has done in accident, which actually destroyed the location, the lonesome road which you're dealing with, which is called like the crack, I think it was called. I can't remember the name of it. But it's like the split, the crack in an area, and at one point, because the courier is the only person who would willingly walk through these areas, and people start to actually contemplate in this area. But the issue was, it's an old nuclear bunker with a lot of missiles, and at one point, the courier accidentally set one off, destroying this area and making it a highly nuclear wasted area. So this village, this place which people were built around, has been utterly destroyed because of actions which you did, which could have been prevented, basically. And you have to deal with the repercussions of what you've done to this area. And Ulysses is there talking to you about these things with his own personal plans, to actually, basically, he is sick of the factions and he wants to destroy them, and he's actually got you are bringing E to him to actually give him access to the nuclear bunker so he can actually launch these nuclear weapons themselves. You can talk him down, but you're supposed to actually talk to him, and then you have to actually do something with the bombs. Maybe you have to actually send it to one faction, or sacrifice someone to actually just stop it. But it was really good, actually, in that sense, but it was very linear and very lonely. Because, like I said, the only person you talk to is Ulysses. Everyone else is out to kill you. But yeah, that was Fallout New Vegas. It was a long game. It took me a good almost 100 hours, basically. 90s. This one basically lasted me until September. No, I finished it in October.
Fuck.
I can't remember. November.
From May to September, October. GotM. I have to say,
sometimes it takes a while.
Yeah,
like most of us here, I have not played this, and the Fallout franchise is not. The setting is not really something that grabs me much, but I do feel like I got a very thorough Cliff Notes version now through your summary.
Yeah,
I think I'm well served.
Yeah, and it's your own role playing, so you'll do things completely different to me, and it has a lot of different things you should do. It's something I definitely recommend. I gave it a good solid 9. I had issues with it kept crashing on me because there's issues with it. I did not put any mods onto it to prevent it, and the inventory, I've already mentioned, I hated that inventory, and the DLCs I didn't like that much. But it is very much worth a go. I think I've only completed 2 Fallout games, this one and the first one, and both are very much worth playing, in my opinion. I've dropped Fallout 3. I might have to get back to it at some point, but it's a series which I haven't getting into, especially with the new TV series coming out. I do have to watch a new TV series. Again, I have a backlog of TV shows. It's going to be a while before.
Of course.
But, it's Fallout. I've been really enjoying it, especially because it's basically a apocalyptic area, which doesn't take itself too seriously.
Mm-hmm.
My only personal experience with Fallout Vegas is watching a friend in teenage days play it, and the kid NPCs always stole shit from his inventory, and you couldn't kill the kids, so it was just really, really annoying. Is that still a thing? Did that happen to you? That's the only thing that I know about this game.
Well, again, with the inventory, I probably got stuff stolen from me. I didn't realize. It's just like I got.
Oh
too
yeah,
much shit in
okay,
it.
fair.
Yeah. Yeah, the encumbrance stuff is very annoying in these games.
Yeah, that is.
I'm always one. I just want to like hoard everything, and then I'm like, I'm walk 5 seconds an hour. Like it's ridiculous.
Thing like though, they have these skills where you can get where you can improve in different ways, and one of the skills was you can actually teleport using the encumbered. So with encumbered, and I used that a lot once I was able to get it. It's like I'm encumbered, back to the base. Because half the time you have to get rid of these stuff. I don't like those inventory styles. I prefer them if they actually keep a limited amount. But I if it wasn't for a few games which are going to be showing up later, well, I actually do rank the games I played last year, and I'll give you this. Fallout came 4th, so out of 27. So I did really enjoy this game. it got a 9 from me. And yeah, I do recommend it. It's a bit old. Like I said, it crashes a few times for me, but and I do wish they streamlined the inventory. But apart from that, solid story, solid gameplay. Does really good. Well, the open world actually is really good at actually giving you highlights for things to go towards, and it just gives you a lot of freedom to do what you want. So I do recommend Fallout New Vegas. But yeah, so going from a long game to a short game, I guess, because in June the game nominated by Camsin was Portal, and the biggest question I have here is everyone here's played it except for you, Frozen Boy. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I was gonna
incredible.
play it last night, and then some stuff came out, so I didn't have time to play it. Also, this is a weird one. I actually did want to say real quick, this is a weird one in terms of me not having played it, because I have had this game probably about 13 or 14 years, and I'll boot up Steam, I'll be like, man, I should play Portal, it's short. And then I click something else, and then I'm like, a year goes by, oh man, I should play Portal, it's short. And then I just don't actually play it.
Portal is definitely it's the same status as like Super Mario or whatever. Everybody and their grandma has played this video game.
Yeah.
It's shocking to find somebody who hasn't.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think part of it might even be because like I was around when it came out. I mean, I was even listening to like machinima music videos with Portal as a basis kind of bullshit. Yeah, you ever be in a spot where you haven't played something necessarily, but you've interacted with it so much that you feel you know it well, and then that hurts your desire to go actually do it?
Yeah, I totally get that.
I think that's what happened to me to an extent.
Well, considering this is such a short game, I think it takes like 3 hours for such a beat.
3 to 5, I believe.
Yeah, it's something which you definitely should go, because they basically this was just like a demo, and it was so good they spinned out a full-on proper sequel to this game. And yeah, this is really good. It's got some strong puzzles in it. GLaDOS is a fun antagonist.
And one of my favorite video game characters of all time.
Yeah, she has so many great clips in that game. You got the best character, your companion cube. Best character ever. But yeah, and then of course the cake is a lie, or is it?
Yeah,
that fucking. I'm glad that meme has died out for the most part. That was annoying for a long time.
It did stick around for a very long time.
Yeah. I want to really point out the developer commentary feature that they got in here, which I don't think was a thing previously, but other games have eventually like used it as well. Maybe some Half-Life 2 game had that before Portal. I'm not sure, but I love the way they did it. You can play Portal and just have these little thought bubbles flowing around the levels, and have the developers talk to you while you play the game. That would be a reason for me to replay it, because like many people, I played Portal many years ago. I did not play it for Game of the Month. I played it a couple times when it was still fresh or whatever, but not since then, I don't believe. If I would replay it, I would play it with the audio commentary.
I got my dad to play this. He does not play video games, and he got quite far actually. I think he got up to the level where you have to bounce one of those balls through multiple portals. Because there's a bit more precision he needs, he quit basically. So I got someone who retired the game.
I have a friend who is planning to make their mom play this game, but it hasn't happened yet. So I'm curious if that actually works for them. I kind of doubt it.
No.
Portal was like sort of my reintroduction to video games. So I mentioned it previously on the podcast how I took a break from video gaming in college. Then in 2015, I remembered, I'm done with school and I have time to play games again. The first game that I played coming out of that phase was Portal.
That is one to suck you back in effectively.
Right?
Yeah, it's the game which got me into the PC really, because you get the orange box, and then I thought about this. So I played this one, got into it, really enjoyed it, fun. Yeah, like I said, GLaDOS is really good. I think the sequel is just as good, really, even better at certain points.
Debatable.
This for a tech demo, this is really good.
To sing GLaDOS's praises a little bit more, I listened to her final boss fight monologue just as background noise on the regular. There's just so many good one-liners in that.
Oh, I can't forget the song they got at the end, "Still Alive."
Yeah, Jennifer Colton's walk. Yeah, very iconic. I want to say though, Portal 1 is better than Portal 2. Portal 2 has the co-op campaign which rules, but other than that, I honestly prefer Portal 1 in its simplicity.
Yeah. It's been a long time since I played both. I remember the length of them, and I do think Portal is stronger, more precise. But I do like what they did with Portal 2, basically, and continued on and actually included a lot more options and such, especially with the sprays, the slimes and such.
Yeah, don't care much for that.
Yeah, but it's basically was taking what was a tech demo and made it into a full game. What Portal 2 was. But yeah, it's here and there. I probably have to play both again to see which one I like the most, really. But the whole system, it is basically a reason why Valves are so well praised. But they need to start making more games. The last game they brought out was Half-Life Alyx.
Yeah, isn't that enough?
I can't play Half-Life Alyx. I don't have a VR set.
I feel like Portal 1 versus Portal 2 a lot of times comes down to personal preference, it feels like, for people. Yeah. But something I did want to say just a moment ago was because I was just talking with a friend about this, I think 2 days ago. It is wild how much value was in the orange box. And what would even be the comparison for a modern thing? Shovel Knight Treasure Trove, I guess? It's wild the orange box existed.
I mean, nowadays you have all the bundles, which is the modern version, I guess.
Half-Life 2, Counter-Strike, Portal. There's 2 others, if I remember correctly. I can't remember what they were.
TF2.
Though. Wasn't there Team Fortress? Yeah. That might be it.
Yeah, let's have a quick look, actually.
Just Portal, Half-Life 2, and TF2 alone is enough for, pretty crazy.
And they gave out Portal for free, didn't they? Years ago in early Steam days.
I believe so, yeah. Yeah, it was Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, Portal, Team Fortress 2.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So
I remember as young teenagers, I was at a technology store, a video game store, whatever, with another friend.
I was going to the technology store.
Yeah, whatever. and the other friend picked up the orange box case from the shelf and literally said, "You have to buy this. It will make you a man." And I will never forget that. And I never did buy it. So I'm probably not a man still.
You gotta go buy it, my man.
That's how you became a roach. It's the origin story.
Sign up code 9, become the cockroach.
Yeah, that's where I decided
I like how Matt telling that story caused all of us to start talking at once. Well, I think now that we've figured out Mr. Cockroach's backstory and how he became a cockroach, should we go on to the next game?
Well, from one naughty little robot trying to actually get you to do all these experiments to one malicious evil incarnate fur insects that lost you. Nominated by jurors, we have the original System Shock. From the looks of it, I'm the only one who played it, and I want to point out straight away, I played the original, the 1994. It might not be the original, it's the enhanced edition which came out on Steam, but I did get through it, and Shodan is really such a frightening character. One of the best antagonists I've seen. She genuinely hates you. She hates every single life and will do whatever she pleases to actually get rid of you. And she's throughout the whole game there, just constantly talking to you, calling you out your names, actually knows what she's doing and actually does a lot of things to prevent you from going forward. It's a really well built game and really good. I, however, find it very difficult to recommend at least the enhanced edition, maybe the remake, because it is showing its age really badly. Because the whole game is surrounded by a screen that is where your inventory that's never away from you, and you have to flip between your inventory and combat to actually get through the game. So you have to keep it's unlike like in other games where you can just in the normal games now where you have a corpse where you need to get an item from them. You just go over and like you press the E button, it opens up like a little a drop down, and you just press on the keyboard to actually add them into your inventory. In this game, you have to switch into the inventory controls to actually then go onto your mouse to pick the item up and drag it into your inventory itself. Then you have to make sure you return back to the combat scene. And I want to point out, you are not paused throughout this whole time at all. So if you are switching between your inventory and combat, things can shoot at you when you're doing this.
It's a very, very true to life simulation of what it takes to get something out of your bag. I think it's very innovative in that sense.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, each time you actually get out your bag, you have to open it up and then use your mouse to grab something inside it.
Basically,
it's a little funny mouse. But yeah, it's just unfortunately showing its age. At least this one that I had to use a guide at points as well because while you do keep moving up. You do start in the later games, start switching between levels you have to do to actually get through. Like she starts trying to bomb the area out. And it was very difficult. There was no autosave, so at the time I had to keep save scrumming if I wanted to get through the game. At least at the start, it has that issue where you get overpowered later in the game, which a lot of these games do end up happening, especially because I keep looking everywhere to find everything, so I'm overpowered by that point. But Showdown is a standout from this, and it's definitely one of those games. I can't remember what they're called, like 747, I think it is. No, that's Halo. It's like 647. Those type of games where it's kind of like a Metroidvania but 3D, and it's all the world is open up, is built up, and it's about building your own skills and getting around that way. So you actually can enhance yourself in different ways to get around, like double jumps, stuff like that. It's got the makings of a good game, but there's too much old, outdated logic in it, which just is annoying. To make it something which I can fully recommend. Maybe the remake. I've heard that that game is getting too close to how the original. They didn't change enough from it, from my understanding, from what I've heard. But Showdown was a standout from this. I think people. From my understanding, System Shock 2 is a lot better, so maybe people should be worth just going straight to that. But that was just...
Yeah, I have to say that, I mean, I didn't play this for Game of the Month, and this is something that I'm like mildly curious about, but that's not on my priority list at all. If I would play this, I would definitely go for the Night Dive remake, for freaking sure. It looks good.
Yes. Yeah, I like I said, I did almost retire this, especially at the start, because it was not holding my hand. It gave me a lot of really weak guns, and it threw a lot of enemies at me, and I was dying a lot. But I was able to save scum my way through it. I got my way through it because, of course, the AI was quite stupid, so I was able to actually utilize that.
Ironic.
Yeah. But yeah, that was System Shock. We now go on to the game which you nominated, Frozen Roy. This.
That's right.
Yes. Oh, I've been looking forward to talking about this one. Because this is my game of the year. Just to state out this point. For August, the game that was nominated was Clair Obscure Expedition 33. Fantastic game.
And the award winner for Knalb Game of the Year goes to...
I am generic like that, aren't I? Everyone's been given this one. Although Steam gave Hollow Knight.
Of course, yeah.
But Clair Obscure is such a beautifully made game. The way it
so
opens
good,
up,
dude.
Yeah. With the Gomage. Just showing it talks about the Gomage, and instead of telling you the Gomage, it just shows you. And that point just hits you so strongly. It's such a strong opening to a game to actually get you involved, get you actually thinking about it. And that mystery, it keeps going until the end. You don't know what's happening, and
Yeah, be careful about spoilers here, because Diallo is actively playing this still.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will definitely add, this is one of those games, like some RPGs, they take a while to hook you in because they are meant to be longer experiences with a ramp-up period. I feel like I played this game like just through the first hour or so, like you said, to the Gommage and like the first cutscene afterwards, and I was like,
yes,
I'm hooked. I'm ready for this game.
very much so. That Gommage scene it basically was immediately telling me this is going to be an excellent game because of the show don't tell, which it did. It's because throughout the whole thing they talk about the Gommage, but they never tell you what the Gommage is. And
you speak French, it kind of like spoils it a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe I guess, but let's talk about the other stuff then, like combat, because this is it's a turn-based game, but it's always keeping you on the toes because you have to, for the best results, you have to parry each move, and the amount of parry some of these bosses do is spectacular, especially that last secret boss. That guy, you have to, from my understanding, you have to actually make a build. Actually, will utilize how much damage you can do, because if you don't, I actually think I had to work away at getting glass cannons type style. I know some person who actually built their whole thing around getting MIL to the powerful list. While I figured out if I actually give this person this move, where if they die, it actually debuffs the boss. I did
the
that.
1 HP kill strats.
Yes.
Yes.
I
Those are like the big way to do it, yeah.
Yes. I didn't do that in the end. I used a way where you can actually debuff the boss if one of your character dies. And I used that and then basically revived them. And it's what he went down quickly, but it took me a long time to beat him, basically. And that's that secret boss. Try not to spoil anything. But yeah, the story as well. And I'm gonna have to spoil this, sorry. Diallo, you never do.
Bye-bye, Diallo.
I'm gonna take the headphones off for sure. Can I say just one thing about the gameplay before you go on to the story, so I can kind of just continue the thread?
Not spoilers yet.
I'm talking about the gameplay before he goes to the spoilers.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing that's actually funny and interesting, because we mentioned Paper Mario earlier, is one thing I think I like about this is that the way it plays is definitely very similar to like a Paper Mario or a Legend of Dragoon style game with the action commands and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I feel like they expanded on it. Like, in Paper Mario you have guard and super guard, and that's really it. I think one thing that was good about this game is that parrying is a big thing, but it's not just parrying. You have dodges, you have the jump, you have the painter parry, and part of the way that the game is not just, you parry everything, but figuring out what the correct defensive option is in a sequence of attacks and going through it like that. It makes it very dynamic.
And also, like I said, the one that hit the racial moves, where you actually had to figure out how to build these things. The Pictos as well. That system where you actually reward you for using different Pictos by giving you, if you keep them on for like 4 combats, you then are able to actually use your points to actually add them in without actually taking up a trinket. And it's always important to actually get them up so that every character can use them. Like one that later comes in the game, I'm not going to say anything what it is, but painting power, every character needs a painted power, so you need to make sure you have enough Pictos to put that in. It rewards also experimenting as well because of all the different moves you can do as well. You only have you can get tons of moves, but it's only allowed 8 at a time, isn't it? And then
it's 8, yeah.
Yeah, and it basically the way they do it, each of the characters as well. Another thing is that each character plays differently. If you think about it,
they're so unique.
Yeah,
it reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy VI, because Final Fantasy VI also has a system where if you I forget what they called their materia system, but if you have that long enough, they learn the spell and then you can take it off and put in someone else. And also that was another game where every character has a unique thing and combat style they can do, like Saban's blitzes and all that. So that was something I thought about while I was playing, is that felt kind of like Final Fantasy.
I made the same comparison the last episode I was here for, so I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, that was like all of them. Can I ask Diallo, where are you up to on the game?
So I just beat Act 2.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, you're getting close to the end.
So
then.
you are pretty far in. We can go up that floor.
So we can actually talk about who the paintress is, basically, because you know who she is.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
If we, I don't know how spoiler heavy we want to get for this, because I feel like, because I don't know, like Matt and Lee, if you are planning on playing this at any point.
Probably not.
I won't be. I might watch your Let's Play.
I mean, I'm gonna say right now, even if you're not big RPG guys, I recommend it.
Yes.
I'm sure it's great, but I'm low priority, and I also already like watched a couple videos that spoiled shit, so I'm not like.
That's fair.
Sure.
I don't really care.
One last point I wanted to make is that one thing I think is a big thing is that I feel like there's a lot of action games that add RPG elements to them. And to me, Expedition 33 felt like the reverse. It's an RPG that added action elements to it, which was a very interesting blend. Because some of my friends who like the energy of Dark Souls, for example, but don't necessarily like the gameplay of Dark Souls, vibed with this game pretty hard.
It's also very stylish as well. It's got like the other RPG which I could think about was a good style like this is Persona 5 with all that stylish actions which it goes through. This has got its own set. It's not the same, but it has its own feel to it, and it's really good as well. How it does that.
Yes.
Everything about it just works in sync with itself. Really, it's the best game from the, last year. It was a hard contest, to be honest, because Hades 2 was just as good. But I have to give it this one because this came out of nowhere. Really, I've been watching seeing the trailers for it and thought it was looked really good. But this was something which I did not expect to come out this year and be such a good game. Yeah, I'm glad I would not have actually bought this game if it wasn't for the game of the year, for the game of the month. Sorry, and I am so glad I did. This is one of the main reasons I like doing game of the month is because it makes me look into games which I could possibly get, and then force me to get them basically, or play through some games in my backlog which I would never have touched otherwise. So
gotta agree with that.
This is one of the reasons why I love Game Up because I would never play this otherwise. I do want to go to the story at some point, but let's talk about.
I was just gonna make a quick statement that I saw the Game of the Year award trailer for this game before it released, and I instantly was like, "Oh, this is like a Western JRPG instead of just like some of the other Western RPGs." And the story hook is interesting, and it looks really good, and I wish listed it day one. That's all I was gonna say.
Yeah, sometimes you do that. Like at the same time, the demos as well. When you do the Steam Next Fest, I need to get it though. But I do remember playing. Oh no, I remember now. A different one, EGX. I used to go to this game conference, and they had Disco Elysium playing as a demo there, and I fell in love with just playing that demo of Disco Elysium, and that is my favorite game ever. I absolutely adore it, but I would not have found that if I actually didn't try something like that, and I'm so glad that you have to watch these things because you miss out, and frankly, the best games that are coming out nowadays are games which are not AAA.
Yeah, definitely true.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see with the Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm pretty sure I am quite. I suspect that will be a game of the month.
I'm a big Grand Theft Auto fan, but I don't have high hopes for this one. So I think we've seen the best of them in the past.
So. I think so too, honestly.
I don't know. I have to wait and see with this one because I'll be honest, the gameplay for Red Dead Redemption 2, I wasn't too big fan of, but the story was excellent in that game.
Yeah, yeah.
But, yeah.
So that's the only thing that I'm that's pulling me towards it might be good because it seems that they're pulling a lot of elements from Red Dead 2 versus elements from GTA 5. So we'll see. But
we'll have to see. It's a game I'll probably buy as soon as it comes out, but you never know. It's like the 6th in a series, so they could say But before we move on, I do want to talk about the ending. So,
Bye, Diallo.
So, can I ask what ending you chose?
I chose Verso. I can even go into it because, dude, I'm going to tell you right now, I spent probably 20, 30, maybe more minutes deciding on what I was going to choose for the ending. I really was just like, man, thinking on it. Which one do you choose?
Same as you, Verso. It basically, the whole story, let's be honest, is about grief, basically, because Verso, just here we're spoiling it, is dead. And you're in the painting of his last basic major canvas, which he created, and he is like the remnants of what Verso was. And he is basically tired and wants to go, and his sister, Mael, is grieving, and she basically none of the all the characters, the father, the mother, and Mael, as well as the older sister, they are not handling the grief well. You can tell they're either lashing out, going back, going into depression, actually looking into the past, trying to actually control everything, or just gone into their own shell and and just staying there. And this is basically what's happened. And you have to actually get them out of it. You can't actually stay in this fantasy. But at the same time, I can see why Mael side, because if they don't, then the painting's gone. So every character who actually has lived and born, they are gone. And it's the idea of who do you actually get rid of? Because Mael will be sacrificing herself in the real world, or do you sacrifice people in the painting?
Well, so for me, what I think is interesting is that I kind of figured this choice was coming around the start of the third act. You know what I mean? You can kind of see something like this is probably going to happen. Yeah, and I thought before I got to the ending, I was going to pick Mael. Because the thing is, it is a story about grief and all that, And Verso also, he's technically a painted version of Verso. He's not quite the remnant in the same way, because that's the little boy in the painting.
The little boy, that he's the remnant, but still, the Verso is like a painted version created by the paintress, the mother.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that you can see parts of Verso that maybe are what the mother kind of thinks of him as much as anything else too. I really like how well this game does, showing so many characters as flawed yet human and really three-dimensional, sometimes even with very limited screen time as well.
Yeah.
Ironic that they are portrayed three-dimensionally when it's all a painting. Huh?
Yeah.
Just like Paper Mario. Connections
Just
continue.
like Paper Mario. Yeah.
I was going to say Renoir is such a strong antagonist, because I agree with him. I agree with what he's trying to do. He's just doing it the wrong way, basically. He's trying to take his family out of the painting, which is slowly killing them if they stay in there.
And what I like is the fact that, despite the fact he's the one pushing the hardest for ending the painting, he's also the only one who really actually seems to acknowledge the painted characters as real people. A lot of the other characters don't acknowledge them in the same way. I think that's a really fascinating tension, because it just shows how, he's not necessarily doing this because he wants to, or he thinks it's the best choice, but it's the only choice he can see, which I think is a very interesting
It very much so, yeah. At the same time, there is a compromise which could be met, and that is basically the painting is left alone and they do not re-enter it. But they can't do that, can they?
But I think it's good about that is the fact that it looks like that could happen, except for Mael. And one thing I think is interesting is that I think if Verso hadn't killed Gustav earlier as part of all of his plan to help manipulate everyone, Gustav might have been the one who could actually get to her and maybe actually get things working. Because, I think one of the things that's interesting is the fact there is such a clear and possible solution, and yet despite that, nobody can seem to reach it because everybody has too much personality flaws and grief and issues. And I think that's a very good way of handling it.
Yes, it is, and that is another reason why this is the game of the year, is because of such strong character development, really.
Yes. The other thing I wanted to say is that, so like I said, I thought I was going to pick you did all the optional bosses and stuff, I assume? Like the side quest? Yeah.
I would have got to platinum, but it's the achievements actually fucked over for the white quest. Yeah.
Yeah. So at first I thought I was going to pick Mayal because to me it felt like the family would find other ways to get over their grief. All the painted people are very important and so on. But the thing that changed me actually wasn't the morality of who to pick, but the fact that I felt like the way Mayal had started acting, especially as you went through the side quests, suggested she couldn't be trusted to reasonably use her powers with the people in this world, rather than the morality of whether they should stay or go. And I thought that the characterization having that effect on it, rather than just being a basic trolley problem kind of feel, was a very important part to how the ending went.
It's also the point as well. I've seen photos of them of the second ending, and she's the weakest of the painters. She doesn't have a strong painting as anyone else in the family. And if you look at on the people going inside the opera theatre, they aren't painted. They're all white. So she doesn't have that strong of painting as everyone else, basically. So she's the weakest.
Although
basically.
I also thought that might have just been a stylistic choice, because it's kind of the same way the scenes are where Mayal meets her painted self, because they're also all in grayscale. So I thought that might have just been a stylistic connection as well.
I think it's more the fact that Mayal is not as strong a paintress as the rest of them.
I think that's fair. Another thing I really like story-wise, because I think another thing, the world building in this game is so good, dude. And I really like how early on in the story, while you're getting used to the world, it just seems like everything is, all one coherent world, and all the all the monsters all work together. And then you start to see more and more that the Necron, oh my god, I've forgotten their exact name. Nevron, thank you. I called them Necrons from fucking Final Fantasy. The Nevrons do not look the same as a lot of the other creatures. And I think it's really interesting when you finally get to the end of the game and you start to realize, a lot of Verso's part of the painting, much of which is kind of a childlike adventure fantasy thing. Then you have, the mother's versions.
Yeah, the mother ones are the people itself.
Humans.
All
the humans.
The humans. It's the I can't remember the names, but they're the ones which look like those puppet things. Those ones are Verso. And
Verso has them and the poetry guys. Yeah.
Nevron's the Clairs, if I remember correctly, the older sister.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the sisters. And then the dad made the 3 big guys.
The Axons.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. And, I think that's a pretty good, it's fun watching all the ways you do it. Because another argument that gets made and discussed in it is kind of like, even the people who have Verso's best interest or the family's best interest in mind, you can tell they don't necessarily understand Verso the way they think they do. And it's interesting seeing the mixes of, the clashes because of it, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, one point to point out is that Renoir, each of the Axons are based on one of the family people.
Yes.
And the Max one was for Verso. So even he's actually having issues actually figuring out what Verso was about, basically, because he masked himself all of the times.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. It's so deep, this that game.
Listening to this without having played it, with all the French words and whatever, you're talking nonsense, dog. It sounds like you're talking nonsense.
It's so good. It's such good nonsense. All right,
I'm sure it is.
Should we move away from the spoilers and let Diablo back in, or do we still have more to say?
Yeah.
Spoilers.
I want to speak one more thing, and that's about music. Let's bring Diallo back in. He should be a fan.
Yeah.
The fucking music, man.
There we go. Now he's back.
Yeah, we're on the music now. I know we went on for so long, but there's just so much good stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last thing before we move on, the music. Oh,
yes,
the music in this game is so good. I got Lumiere stuck in my head, but everything is just so good, and it works well with each other. Oh yeah, but yeah, it's I've got much else. It's gushing so much I can't say much about the music.
There's one track in particular that I find myself just like singing to myself over and over and over again. No, different one. But I don't want to sing it because also some of the lyrics are a little bit spoilery. So,
I mean, if you don't mind, nobody else minds. I don't think.
but yeah, anyway.
I had to plug in my iPad to make sure it doesn't run out of battery while we're talking. I hope it doesn't, because I would just be fucked if it does. I guess maybe one last thing I'll say, I love the mime fights, and I love the inclusion of that as the bonus boss decision. It's so funny.
Yeah, I was like, huh. And then when I attacked, I was like, oh, this is this kind of game. like it's not afraid to go to some really weird places.
Like, at first, I thought it was just, like, a thing in Lumiere, and then I see the one in the distance in, like, the first area, I'm like, oh, this is a recurring thing.
Like real-life France, I guess.
Well, I will have to leave it. I was going to ask another question, but let's leave that. I think it was spoiler-related, and we've done enough spoilers, I say. Do we want to say anything else, or should we actually finally move on to the next game?
I think maybe we should move on and let the people who haven't actually played this game be able to talk about it. Or talk about the next game, I mean.
It looks like everyone's played this one, actually, supposedly. So,
it's the first, actually? Yeah. The first game that we've all played?
Yeah, we've all played in some capacity.
All right.
So, nominated by Kurtman, September's game was Psychonauts.
No, we all played it, but did we all beat it? Because I didn't. I retired this.
I did not beat it.
So, I have beaten it, but I also definitely understand why people would have retired this. I almost retired this game too. The first couple stages I thought were just like very, very janky. I was like, I don't get the hype. But then after I got past those first couple ones, the quality highly improved, I found. And I definitely it has a fond place in my heart now.
See, that doesn't fit my experience though. I played it for 8 hours, so I definitely made it past the halfway point at least. And I don't even think I have like a concrete reason why I stopped. It just at some point I had enough. I think it's a super cool idea how they structure it. It's a super cool idea for a free platformer, but I think at some point I just didn't care anymore. I could not give you a concrete reason.
I mean, sometimes it's just what it is. Sometimes you just stop giving a shit.
Yeah. Beautifully said.
I say that, but I really enjoyed all the a lot of the the people, the impatience levels. Like, I really enjoyed the Napoleon one. That was fun.
Yes, that's one of my favorites.
Yeah, the Milkman Conspiracy is considered one of the best levels ever, and that is
top notch.
It's funny because that is actually the first level where I was kind of getting tired of it.
Really?
I didn't really care about that. I think I also had some technical jank going on in that level, which might have negatively affected the whole thing. But I do remember that level kind of
did not realize the milk was delicious.
Who is the
Clearly,
milk?
I'm more of an oat milk kind of guy, so.
So on my end, I actually own this on PS2, not like emulator or anything.
Classic.
And when I first played this was probably like at least a decade ago, to give you an idea. I don't know when it came out, but something like that. I didn't get like immediately when it came out, but you know what I'm trying to say. I played through this. I think I got through like first 2 or 3 level of the patience kind of thing. I was enjoying myself, but I wasn't like super hardcore enjoying it, is how I put it.
It's a solid game for me.
I think what mostly happened is I ended up kind of falling off and going to some other games, especially because when I got my PS2, I got like Persona 3, Persona 4, Tales of the Abyss, a bunch of games I really like. And then what happened is that eventually my PS2 got to a kind of janky state where I have to finagle it to get it to work. And I just didn't feel like going back and finishing Psychonauts when I had to do that to get my PS2 to work.
Well, I have to say, if both you haven't retired, you at least missed the worst level, because the meat circus can go fuck.
Yeah, that's yeah. I guess I misspoke about like the stages getting like better as the game progresses, because the final stage is nightmare fuel.
Yeah, it's so bad, that level. I actually originally I played through this all the way to the meat circus originally, and then got to that set area, got pissed off of it, and dropped it, and only came back like a few years later, basically. But I really enjoyed it. I did enjoy this, and I found I did actually enjoy the milk conspiracy level, like I mentioned earlier. That is one of my favorite levels. I actually tried to do a Halloween costume based on them. But I didn't know how to die at the point, so I had to give up, basically.
A milkman?
It's just no. I was going to play one of the agents.
Oh, darn.
Yeah, it was just the whole quirky level of that. The monotone things that he says, like, I am a good wife, and I bake my cookies. I am a builder.
It's very funny.
Look at those women's breasts.
Yeah,
and it's just like, you just hold an item for them to think that you are one of them, basically. It's those little things which I really enjoyed. It's also that's the level where you can actually see through other people's eyes, and you can see how people actually see you, and it's quite funny just seeing what people see you like. You're like a turd, you're like a Prince Charming, stuff like that. It's just these little things which I enjoyed. They also had like the if you go back to the old levels, you actually can get into like secret areas and find secret the history of the people you actually dealing with. They are quite good, actually. I like them. Like, but it has as like the sense of what we'll talk about again with the Turnip boy. Like, there's that disco woman, and she actually.
Oh my gosh!
Yes, the very secret one.
Her backstory that really got me. That one.
It's just all hidden back there. I did enjoy this game. It's a Double Fine. I always like them. I find them quite fun games to play. They aren't like 10 out of 10, but they are solid for me, I find. And this is another solid game.
They're about twice as fine as normal.
My god. Oh my god.
I do have a question. I feel like Leah hasn't really gotten a big turn with how this conversation has gone, and she did play it. Does she have any thoughts?
Not really.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you weren't getting left
out. No, I mean, I played it. I played it on and off. I think we have it for the PlayStation 2. But I think I was kind of like with Matt, where like I don't think I was at the point where I could enjoy a game like that yet. It wasn't until like after I played Brutal Legend that I really understood like their humor, sort of. So I really want to go back and play more of it. So that and the sequel also, just to I've gotten around to that sort of humor now.
Yeah, I do.
I was actually going to ask if anyone had played the sequel.
Yeah, that was my game of the year for 2023.
Oh wow!
Alright.
Yeah, I loved it.
Okay. There we go.
I have not played it yet. I've got it, but I haven't got around to playing it yet. But yeah, I want to get
game of the month this year.
Yeah.
I've already got a big list, so yeah, we'll have to listen. We'll talk about that later. Basically, what I'm thinking of actually nominating. I'll see what I can do about it, but hopefully I can get to it. Is there anything else we want to talk about Psychonauts?
Nah.
Probably not.
I recommend.
Yeah, I recommend. It's a solid day. It's not the best game out there, but it's fun. But yeah, it's fine. No issues with it. Meat Circus, it's fine. Well, I don't say fine. It's a bit more than fine. It's good.
It's double fine.
Oh,
exactly.
I have to give a shout out to. I have to give a shout out to the bullfight world. That was my favorite one. I loved especially like the aesthetic, like the sort of like very dark, but with like lots of like bright neon colors decorating it. I thought it was really cool. Little talking dogs, really fun.
Oh, and the ending as well, when it's like this big sourdough thing, and you find that it's just a jock and a cheerleader actually mocking him all the time. That was quite funny.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and Milkman's seriously my favorite level still. So, but yeah, on to the triple creature feature then, shall we? So as always, we had the 3 games for Halloween. So let's start with the one which got the most votes, and that was Illusoria with Dino Crisis. Game came under my radar after the month ended, so I didn't play it. So it was like under the 5, so I was able to buy it then, but I never got to it, so I'm not playing it. Have not played it.
It's one of the ones I kind of most wanted to play among the game of the month, but ended up just that October ended up being kind of busy for me in a way I didn't expect, and I just didn't really do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the one here that has played Dino Crisis, although I didn't beat it. And honestly, I think, I mean, aside from Hatris, Dino Crisis was to me the most interesting game of the month game. Despite not finishing it because it didn't turn out to be my cup of tea. This is, of course, a classic survival horror game, but instead of like fighting zombies or like present like visual representations of your trauma, you are fighting dinosaurs, like stanky ass Jurassic Park style dinosaurs. It's very funny that way. And
sorry, that is the most beautiful description I've ever heard. I'm glad we have it like recorded for posterity because like
I think we'll see you all next week.
It's true though; those dinosaurs stink. So I don't have much experience with horror survival games. I've played Silent Hill 1 and 2 and whatever. I have played a Resident Evil Game Boy game, but like it's not generally, at least the classic ones, something that I have much hands-on experience with. Getting into Dino Crisis, this was for me a game that I saw lying around at a childhood friend's house with its iconic European cover art, and I always wanted to know what's behind it. And that's why I was interested to actually join this Game of the Month when it won the nomination. And it's cool as a horror survival game. It does. I mean, it's clear that it's made by the Resident Evil people. There's a lot of similarities, but it has a different vibe that has a strong focus on more action-packed stress. Unlike Silent Hill enemies or like the Resident Evil zombies or whatever, the dinosaurs are quick as fuck. They can follow you much more throughout the map than other enemies in horror survival games at the time. And you're also very much reliant on ammunition as weapons. Silent Hill, you're mostly just doing melee fighting, if you're fighting at all. Resident Evil, I'm not sure if it's much ammunition or if there's also melee weapons or whatever, but I must assume Dino Crisis, the way you're wholly 100% relying on ammunition to defend yourself, is a bit of a unique thing, and it makes the obligatory item struggle with the scarce items throughout the map much worse. Plus, there's a really annoying crafting system that I did not care about because there's a million different ammunition types and a million different ammunition, of one type, different levels of potency and whatever the heck, and a super limited inventory system. So all of these little things that are obviously purposefully set limitations to heighten your fear and stress in this horror game did not work for me the way that I enjoyed it. Silent Hill 1 is my best comparison, where there is obviously a sentiment that the clunkiness of the controls and the limitations that the technology at the time brought to how well you were able to control your character in action were purposely used to give you more of a sense of unease and vulnerability. In Dino Crisis, that did not work as well for me as it did in Silent Hill. And so I played it for a while. I put 5 or 6 hours in it, pretty decent amount, I want to say. But eventually dropped it because all of these things, plus a confusing map. I would have played this with a guide if I wanted to actually continue afterwards, but I eventually just decided, okay, I gave it a shot. Clearly not my kind of thing, my kind of horror survival game, and I moved on. So I'm still grateful, or whatever you want to say, that this won Game of the Month, because it did push me to actually give this a shot after being on my backlog for a while. No regrets there, but it is definitely not a new favorite or whatever. I got my fill with this one. Yeah.
Yeah, turning it well to me who've just bought it, so yeah. I'll see if we'll get to it. I probably will. It's on my list, basically. Anything which has one game a month, I've got on my backlog, basically, and I'll play it as soon as I can. But we'll see. So is there anything else you want to include with this? Or should we move to the next game?
I'm good. I said my piece.
Dinosaur.
Dinosaur.
Dinosaurs.
Dinos.
Oh, can't live without them. Can't live without them.
Yes.
That's problematic since they're not here anymore.
No, we still got chickens. We still got birds. Still here.
So the next game,
It's a little small.
nominated by by R2D2 1999 is Signalis. And again, it looks like the only person who would play this was Diallo, who retired it. So
I retired it, which is a very rare occurrence for me. But that I guess speaks to how much I did not enjoy this game. So the reason that I ended up playing this game to begin with is a friend lent it to me. This is kind of in the same, and I didn't play it during the October Game of the Month time. I played it a couple years back. This is when I was sort of like starting my horror journey. So I'd played a couple Resident Evil games at this point, and I was talking to a friend who's a Resident Evil fan, and I was like, "Oh, I have this like cool game, Signalis. Like, you should check it out." So I borrowed it from him. To explain a bit about the game, it's an isometric survival horror game that basically is a love letter to the OG Resident Evil games. There's a lot of like very obvious inspiration. It's got the tank controls. You've got limited inventory spaces, like limited ammunition. The menus look very similar, like in particular the way your health is displayed, with like the little pulsing thing that they do, and like the caution. It doesn't say like a number of like, oh, you have like 90 out of 100 health left. It's like, oh, like good condition, or like caution, or like warning when you get to like low health or whatever. Lots of moving around the world and unlocking doors with like little key cards that you find, and having to like go back and like find new key cards and do the backtracking and like unlocking new stuff with new keys, etc., etc. Lots of puzzles to navigate. The inspiration from Resident Evil is like very apparent in this game. And I think it does do a lot of cool stuff, especially with regards to world building and atmosphere. So instead of dealing with zombies like you do in a Resident Evil game, this time around you're fighting the enemies are androids that have kind of like gone haywire a little bit. So it has a lot of like, it's more like futuristic, sci-fi-y. There's a lot of cool, trippy psychological horror aspects to it. One thing that I found particularly interesting is this kind of like German-Chinese fusion going on, where like a lot of the notes or like signs that you find in the game are in German and or Chinese, which is a kind of interesting meld that I'd never seen before in a video game, and I thought it was kind of, from the world building perspective, again, kind of cool. What killed the game for me was the gameplay.
Often a bad sign.
Yeah.
What do you not like about this game? Well, the gameplay.
Right, yeah. Right, because like if it had been like more fun to, because I was really intrigued by it, and it had potential, I really feel, to be a Diallo game, but just the experience that I had playing the game was what ultimately killed it for me, which I guess is pretty damning if you're a game. But so one thing that really I couldn't get behind is your character moves so slowly, and that just frustrated me immensely. There is a mechanic. I understand, I guess, why this happens, because there's a mechanic where if you run, you make more noise, and making more noise attracts more enemies. So, to, I guess, build the suspense, you want to move around like as slowly as possible, so you're like not attracting the enemies or whatever. But it just made everything feel so tedious when you're navigating the world and going from place to place. And even when you're running, the running speed is not particularly fast. So just to get from like point A to point B felt like a chore. So that was like strike number one for me. Strike number two is that towards the end game, and I did like, I got pretty far. I think I even like hit credits at some point, but there's like kind of like a false ending situation. But when you're closer to the end game, you end up in an area where typically you have access to a little mini map, or like if you open your inventory, there's a map that you can refer to. But towards the end game, you're, I guess, in this like spooky, uncharted place, so the map goes bye-bye. And that, I understand, again, like, the desire to ramp up the dramatic tension, be like, oh my gosh, like you're in some unknown area. But as someone who is directionally challenged, I was like, I really need this.
I don't know. Yeah.
But yeah, like as someone who struggles with directions on a good day, I definitely, when they took the map away from me, I was like, I need this. Especially, and also I have a tendency, as you've probably learned over the course of me being on this podcast, to put a game down for months and months on end. And so when you pick it up again after doing that, when you don't have a map to sort of like remind you where in the universe you are, that was another kind of kiss of death for me. And then the final thing that really, really killed it was there, and it's been a while since I played the game, so my memory's a little bit fuzzy. So if I am misspeaking, don't come for me in the comments. You're like, that's not true. That's not how it works. Because this is the best that I can remember. But at one point, you like fall down a hole and you get into this new area. And when I was in said new area, I got to a boss eventually. The thing is, I did not have enough ammo left to kill the boss. Like, even if I landed every single hit of the ammo that I had, it just had too much health for me to be able to take it out with what I had, or with the ammo that I had left at that point in the game. And even if I was to like rewind to like my earliest save state, I think I just sort of like screwed myself out of being able to have enough ammo. And I've looked it up since then, and apparently there are workarounds if you do run out of ammo eventually. Like you can do there's ways to get around it. I didn't know at the time, but I was like, well, I feel soft locked at this point. So you know what? I hadn't been enjoying it because like most of my time playing the game, I wasn't having fun, but I was curious enough about the world to try to want to see it to the end. But once I got to that point, I was like, you know what? I gave it the old college try. This is not for me, so I had to retire it. I've heard a lot of people really love this game and sing its praises, but ultimately was not a Diallo game.
Yeah, I don't think I own this off the top of my head, but I've been interested on it because it's one of my friends' like top 15 I most want to play games kind of thing. So, and I've heard a lot of people talk highly about it. So, haven't played it myself. Am interested. It is unfortunate that it seems like for you it had a lot of issues, I would say.
I'm curious about one thing. So I haven't played this. I'm not really planning on it, even though people keep recommending this. And of course, it's a German developer, so kind of interesting.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, that's why there's so much German in there as well. People have told me, but not my type of game. But I've read that there's a lot of inspiration in this game taken from the old the old novel The King in Yellow, which I have read. I cannot really imagine how that is used in this. Could you tell me anything about it, because that's actually kind of interesting.
Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with that novel either. Okay. But the phrase "The King in Yellow" sounds vaguely familiar. So I wonder if they could have like some sort of like, if there are allusions to the novel in the game. I wouldn't be surprised if there were. But yeah, so I can't. I don't have.
Maybe this helps actually. The core concept of The King in Yellow is that there's a play. When people read it, they basically go insane. Is there anything that is kind of like an analog to that in Signalis?
So there's definitely like themes about characters going insane in the game. There's a lot of like sort of like, you know, mind fuckery that happens, but my memory is a bit fuzzy at this point.
This might be kind of the little tidbit that might actually push me to try this after all. That could be.
I mean, that's like as good a reason as any to me.
Sure, yeah. I'm just not big on these like top-down survival shooter thingies.
Yeah.
How about this? Matt plays Signalis, and Diallo reads The King in Yellow, and then everybody's on the same page.
I mean, the book is fine. I don't think I would like actively recommend this. Don't do it.
And see, Diallo didn't actively recommend you Signalis. It fits.
That's fair, of course. We'll see. I don't know.
I think maybe if I hadn't taken like sort of these like several month-long gaps in between my play sessions, I would have had a better experience. So I'm willing to accept part of the blame for my subpar experience with this one, but I feel like under better circumstances, I can see a world where I would have enjoyed playing this, but just the way that it shook out for me, was turned me off a bit.
On to the next game.
Yeah, on to the next game. So, nominated by Gabrielle is Alan Wake 2. I've played this, but I think I should give the floor to Leah first.
Before you all talk about it, I just wanted to say I upgraded my graphics card for the express purpose of playing this game, and I still haven't gotten around to playing it. So
no. The classic.
So no spoilers.
I got this for this one thing.
That's probably a good idea, because like my PS5 sounds like an airport when I play it. So your PC is probably gonna need some upgrades. I played the first Alan Wake. I didn't get to play it initially because it was an Xbox exclusive. So I played it when they did the remake a few years ago. And I really like Remedy's games. I played that and I've played Control. So I was really in the mood for this one. Everyone kind of had like rumors that they were gonna try and like mush all their games into like this expanded universe or whatever. So so yeah, this one definitely is more survival horror than the first one. The first one was kind of still weirdly platformy for the time that it was. I guess maybe not for the time. Sorry?
I was just saying, I was agreeing with you. It's basically, it was much more action orientated. You had to fire the laps, like they had tons of them coming around. You just shoot them until you got away. This one, the enemies are definitely a lot harder to actually hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll let you continue.
There's a lot more. I feel like this one also fits more as like a Metroidvania because there was a lot more stuff to like go back to, and like you had to like start kind of remembering where everything was. Like I'm used to just having like very linear sort of like you start the level here and you just go and do whatever.
I consider this game
was
what
like
I call hub world, like God of War was the same. That basically you have a central location which is the village itself, and then you go out to different locations and come back. I found the levels quite linear, to be fair, and you just open up entrances to go between them. But you only really had to go back to get collectibles or get points.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Like a lot of like I would miss out on like some of the words, and like a lot of times just trying to figure out how like the screenwriting worked, where it was doing like the storyboard and like which like card do I actually need to open this to the right, you know. So it was a lot of that being like, oh, now I have to go back to this other thing, move this card around, switch this to that, and you know, it started like a lot of like the subway levels. My brain was leaking because I was like, I don't even know what card I'm missing. What am I doing here? Like clearly something is, you know.
It was the hotel for me, which I had that issue. God,
the Hotel California.
The hotel definitely when it comes to the DLC the Timebreaker sections were just, like, some nonsense, but
but I like that DLC because it was nonsense, especially that one where it turns into a text-based action point at some point, and the first one where it's just a love letter to Alan Wake, where at the end the bad boy turns into a werewolf, and his motorbike also is a werewolf.
Yeah, it's just they have, like, such a great humor to their like, even with, like, the brothers' ads throughout the little, like, interspersed on the TVs and stuff, and, like, everything about the way that they bring their humor out was just, like, hilarious. And this and Control, like, even sort of in, like, Quantum Break also, like, I've played almost all of them. I'm really excited for the next Control game. Also, the DLC for Alan Wake that gives you a little bit more of a story for the Control agents was also probably frustrating as hell, but it was really fun to be back in the Control. So I really hope that that agent comes back. But yeah, I really enjoyed their combat also as well in this. Like the first Alan Wake was a little too annoying to get through, but this one I feel like they gave everybody sort of like their own little with the Mind Palace and the writer's room, they really gave them like a little a personality versus like the first one where it was just kind of like he's a writer and you just got to pick up the scripts and figure it out. Like, so I feel like it was a little bit more fleshed out with the gameplay mechanics and the combat system in this one.
I didn't like the combat. I found it frustrating. I really did not like the combat, especially in the lake house when you have to deal with it. I found it when you are stuck in those rooms with multiple enemies, and the game is basically built around just taking one down at a time, and they're just rushing around you. I found it really difficult and just frustrating to deal with. That's my biggest issue with this game. I didn't like the combat. I found it annoying, especially wolves. The wolves were annoying to deal with in the end. But
the wolves are definitely the more annoying ones, yeah.
But apart from that, I really did enjoy this. I've only actually played, in terms of Remedy, the only other game I actually fully beaten was Alan Wake. But I do want to get into the other games. I do want to play Quantum Break, Control. Might also go back to see about doing the Max Payne games as well. But
that's where I'm at now.
Yeah, but the thing which you mentioned with the storyboards and the mapping out the cases, I thoroughly enjoyed those. Those are my favorite parts. Just building a map between the locations, changing what things are happening around. I got myself stuck where I couldn't actually get something right in the hotel, but for the most part, I found it quite easy to do. But it was really well made, and I really enjoyed it for what it was. But I did the combat annoyed me for the most part. But I did platinum this in the end, so I did play throughout the whole thing, get everything. Was there something else I wanted to say about it? Story wise, it was quite. Oh no, I remember what I wanted to talk about. The lake house. Again, going back to the soundscape inside of Bloodborne. This had really strong horror soundscapes. When you're in the painting room and all you can hear is a squelching noise from the paint drying, that was really ominous. That is really good when you notice, especially when later the paintings come alive at you, and it's like, wow, okay. The whole story as well, when I was reading about it, was actually based around people trying to make AI, because the room was basically that low.
Interesting.
Yeah, because that type room, you got the woman trying to do that by with the typewriters, and they couldn't recreate what Alan was making. And then they got the painter on the other side, where he was just trying to actually force him into just making content over and over again, and that's what caused what the output basically with the lake house, where he painted with his own paint, and then what fell into the dark place basically.
Yeah.
But yeah,
they're just really good at storylines.
Yeah, it's Remedy is really good for those things. Never been too big fan of their gameplay, although I have played the demo of Control and that was really fun. So I do want to get into that, but it's basically on the backlog at the moment.
Yeah,
I do think Alan Wake 2 was good, but I like the twist in the end about who Scratch was. I didn't see that coming, basically.
Oh yeah.
I going through the spoilers again. We're going spoilers again. Sorry. I thought that when Alan Wake got out, I originally thought that was Scratch. I thought that was Scratch. I did not realize that Alan Wake in the end was Scratch. But
Doc Scratch.
Damn.
Makes no things there. Anything else?
Nothing from me on this one. I got no connection to Alan Wake.
In that case, we move on to November then. So,
Lawyer Birds.
Nominated by H89 is Aviary Attorney.
We finally got a bird game.
So, bird game. If I had a nickel for every bird game we played, I'd have two, but it's weird we have two.
We love the birds. I'm just gonna start, I think. Being a bird appreciator, this is obviously the kind of weird, niche, quirky game that I would probably give a look at some point. But I think this is a visual novel, right, or something like that. And for that, I have to be in the mood.
Right style, but yeah, you could call it.
I mean, technically, Ace Attorney is a visual novel, I would say.
Yeah.
Either way.
See, I'm one of those people who doesn't consider Ace Attorney a visual novel, but I
mean,
I'm not like,
I'm not gonna die on this hill. That's fine.
I understand like the sentiment.
Here's my hot take.
Oh my god!
My hot take is that Ace Attorney is both a visual novel and an adventure game.
Yeah, that works.
It's crazy.
I agree with that. It's basically a point and click put into a visual novel.
Fair. Okay. A point being, this seems cool, but genre of it is not enticing enough that I would actually purchase it just for Game of the Month, and that's why I didn't actually play it when this was nominated.
Yeah.
That's my piece.
I did play this for Game of the Month actually. I had it on my backlog for a while, so I just picked it up. And yeah, it's very Ace Attorney like. I liked it. It was fun to do that, especially the first case when you find out. Oh, I keep spoiling things, don't I? Continue spoiler.
I might actually. Okay, I'm gonna leave for these spoilers.
We got the bird spoilers. How long to spoil? That's what this podcast has been.
But in this case, that case where they actually found out your defense, you are defending the person who actually did the murder. And that was quite cool when it actually happened that, and that's the first thing happened. The character as well, I actually did like the attorney, because he was very flawed, because he was like an alcoholic and such, and didn't have much to say about that stuff. But in terms of gameplay, I found the game, the case is way too short. It's like you got in there, and it was like just, you either have to give like 1 or 2 evidence, and that's it. And especially the fourth case, where you can actually fail because you don't get enough, don't go the right directions. You have to go a specific flow to actually get all the information to actually get the final case, to get to the final exit. It has multiple endings for that, and they are consistent actually, because he does play himself as the villain, but if on one of the endings, but he then admits at the end of that ending that he never was that person. He was just playing that because he was just sick and tired. But yeah, don't have much else to say about it. It was an alright game, but it wasn't as good as the Ace Attorneys, basically.
No surprise there, admittedly.
Yep.
Bird spoilers over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bird spoilers should be over.
For the most part. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I played this when I said this before on the podcast, when I went to a convention one time, right at the height of like my Ace Attorney like obsession. They came up to me when they were kickstarting this, and they were like, "Do you like birds?" And I was like, "I do." And they were like, "Do you like Ace Attorney?" And I was like, "I actually do." So I was like,
oh,
the biggest sell ever. So
finally, the crossover between my interests.
Yeah, so that I've had this for a long time on my backlog, and I finished it a few years ago, and then I finished it on Twitch at like late at night, so I was like falling asleep as I was playing it on Twitch. So I was like, I don't remember the ending, so I had to play it again at one point just to be like, what happened exactly? Because I don't know.
That's awesome.
But
don't tell
it's a good little game.
Fundraiser people that now. So
I think it was a little bit more about my energy levels and not so much on the game.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes EP.
Sometimes
Yeah.
you're completely right there. Yeah.
This is definitely a tangent, but when you were saying don't tell the developer that, it reminded me, I went to Tokyo Sandbox, just this kind of like indie game show in Tokyo that happens every year, and I met this like one developer, and I recognized his work, and we chatted for a bit, and he was a super, super nice guy, but I actually cannot stand his games.
Oh god.
That's another retirement. Of course I didn't mention it to him, but I was like, oh no.
You're like, please don't ask me why I thought of your game. Please don't ask me why I thought of your game.
Yeah.
But maybe you could have helped them with criticism.
Maybe.
I've had that happen before where people were just like, oh, we're just gonna like, I'm just like passing by their table and they're like, oh, we'll give you like these free issues of this comic or whatever. I'm like, okay, yeah. And then they keep seeing me like, oh, hi, how are you? And I'm like, I still have not read your comic. We're gonna like ignore that this is around.
Bye.
So it got to the point where like I kept seeing them and I would like avoid their table because I was like, I don't know what I did with that comic. I have no idea. Like for like 2 or 3 years, I was just like,
maybe you gotta ask them for a new one.
Yeah. Do you really think they would remember you though? Yeah. Okay.
The second time they did, because they were like, oh hi,
wow,
at me, and they were just like, like, oh hi, yeah, you know, because they had like, apparently I was the first time that they like were able to like sign their comic for somebody. So
no.
Okay, we need to stop this story. This is sad.
You were a core memory for them.
Yeah.
Can you imagine they leave a comment on the podcast? It turns out they happen to be on the beat. Like,
if they listen to this, I will happily invite them as guests on this podcast to make peace.
we can talk about their comic.
Yeah, totally. Oh my god.
All right.
Yeah.
I think we've gone far enough of Aviary Attorney.
Yeah.
I'll just finish by saying, if I recall, I own this game. I didn't play it though.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, that's what it is. Well, going into our final game of the year. And it seems that this series seems like December, like Yakuza does. So, nominated by Eric Sparr, Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3.
Let's go!
I wonder if any of the hosts here like this game.
I wonder, is it possible?
I wouldn't like this game so much. It's like, oh yeah, and then his voice went off because he wouldn't like that. The only person who's played this seems to be the one who seems to be so excited. So continue, please.
I don't know if you've actually watched any episodes of the podcast.
I am quite much behind.
Okay, this is either my Persona 3 FPS I played when I was younger. This is my second or third favorite game ever. So, needless to say, I was really happy to get a good excuse to play it again. And in this case, I had gotten a free month of Microsoft Game Pass because my mom had purchased a phone because hers broke, and it came with a free month of Game Pass from Microsoft's whole Xbox Anywhere initiative.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go Xbox.
So I'm like, all right. Yeah, let's go. Persona 3, baby. I feel a bit awkward talking about this one yet again because I have blabbed about it multiple times. But dude, this game is so good. This time I played the Persona 3 Reload version when I usually played FES before. I would say that Reload or FES are both the best way to play, and that depends a lot on what you're looking for in the game. But this game, for me, has basically everything, but especially the story and the characters. If I had the time, I could just keep going on and on, like with Expedition 33 earlier. There's so many good story points. The characters are very well done. You know, these are some of the stuff that has really stuck in my mind for a long time. Like, I love Junpei. I love, he's like the first one I think of because I think his character arc is so good. What I liked about Persona 3 Reload compared to FES is that while they really don't change any of the major story beats, they added a lot of optional and side story content that fleshed out a lot of smaller points from the original story, or just had a little bit of extra character, sometimes exploring things I actually kind of wish maybe got a bit more look in the original kind of thing. And that was really, really cool. And they integrated in very organically with either the linked episodes for characters who didn't get social links in the original, or for like the study sessions, which you might think are just stat raising stuff, but really a lot of times are more just story cutscenes that integrate the group characters together with certain plot beats, which is why they're timed well. The one issue I have with Persona 3 Reload, and I think this is one most people would not agree with, is I think that the gameplay is a bit weaker than the FES original. Now, obviously, the fact you can control all of your characters, whereas in the original you can only control the main character, is going to be a good selling point for a lot of people, and is overall good. But I think the original had not only a certain sense of difficulty, but integrated that difficulty into the game's themes in a way that was, well, very strong. And this game, unfortunately for me, was very easy. And I don't mind an easy game. You've heard me enjoy easy games on this podcast multiple times. But I do at least enjoy with my Personas and my Shin Megami Tenseis that they challenge me. And I also think that the difficulty added to the themes of being confronted with death in a way that the Reload version kind of doesn't fully integrate. And also the original just made me think a lot more on how to compose my party, fuse my personas. With this one, I feel like I basically just fused a persona that dealt with pretty much all of the game when I got it, and I just upgraded over and over. In the original, I didn't feel that way, and I had to think a lot more and use a lot more tactics, is how I put it.
It sounds what they did. They took what they learned from Persona 5 and put it onto Persona 3 Reloaded. So maybe that's why it's easier. It's because it's taking the 5 as a kind of a base to actually make the remake.
That's kind of it, because they do add stuff like the attack baton pass kind of stuff. But the other thing is they just nerfed a lot of things. Like, So in the original, what would often happen is like you'd be in Tartarus, which is this very large dungeon that's like 200 floors. And, every whatever floors there's a boss. In the original, there could be 3 bosses, and each of the bosses would be like a full-fledged boss kind of thing. Or there would be one boss who's kind of got like super extra HP or whatever, but doesn't have as good of turn economy. In this version, whenever there's multiple bosses, and there aren't as many, they're much weaker, and they go down much easier. And because of that, you don't really have to play around them in the same way. And it's very easy to just kind of wipe them out quickly or focus fire one down, and then you just have the turn economy back. And it just doesn't challenge how you want to take these bosses down in the same way. In general, HP values are nerfed, and they've added a lot of tools that just make you stronger. Like the Theurgies, for example, which are basically super moves, that isn't even like a Persona 5 thing to my knowledge. That's just something they added. But it obviously adds a element of a way that you can kind of burst things down and finish fights in a way you couldn't originally. And also, like the final boss, I think I'm not going to go into spoilers here because I don't want to spoil people in this game. But the final boss in the original is maybe my favorite final boss ever. And this version wasn't bad, but I feel like the way they changed the fight made it less imposing and not as thematic. And in turn made it easier as well.
Probably, like I said, they're trying to get the people who started in Persona 5, so like me, to actually enjoy it, because I think, from my understanding, the previous hosts, they played Persona 5 and they liked it the least out of the Persona games, because they found it too easy, basically, and maybe they put the level of difficulty for Persona 3 down to Persona 5 level, and that might be so they can actually get
honestly, I haven't been Persona 5 yet, but I think it's easier than Persona 5, potentially, from what I've played of Persona 5. I don't know.
I've played harder games than Persona 5, I know that much.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the way I put it, I don't think I game overed in the entirety of Persona 3 Reload, is how I put it.
Wow. That, considering the length of the game, that seems like pretty special.
Yeah, I played like 100 hours or something.
Yeah.
So,
pro gamer,
not game overing once. But in the original, I couldn't beat the game on hard mode, kind of thing. That's like the difference. Obviously, hard mode's different. I played on normal, but I beat the original on normal multiple times. I also just want to give a huge shout out to the soundtrack. The original Persona 3 soundtrack is one of the best soundtracks ever, and now the Persona 3 Reload version added things like a great new battle theme, multiple other new themes, made tweaks to old ones. It's not perfect. I miss the old dorm theme, but damn, the music is good in Persona 3 Reload. Some of the best ever. This game is the only reason Expedition 33 wasn't my game of the year, and I think it's unfair for Expedition 33 because I've played Persona 3 before. If I was only counting truly new games.
Yeah, but you could get away with that by saying that it was the game of the year, Clair Obscure, because this didn't come out in this year. This came out 2024.
Game of the year for 2025. I had game of the year of games I had played.
Yeah, I do the same, but I'm just saying that you could technically say Clair Obscure is your game of the year because it came out this year.
Yes. If it was only 2025 games, it's Expedition 33 clears easy of the ones I played anyway. I haven't played Silk Song though, so.
Oh my gosh, that was my most anticipated game for years and years and years. I just realized I haven't I just left it on the backlog. Oh my gosh, what's wrong with me?
Oh boy.
This is the How Long to Beat podcast, where we make sure to play every game on Inchmas, but not the games we've been waiting 5 years for.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have this game, but I have played Persona 5 as part of the previous time when it was choice of the game of the month, and I really enjoyed that. So this is definitely on my radar, and I'll be keeping an eye on pricing. If it goes down to what I have my threshold, which is a $5, I will buy it. But for now, it's not. I don't have it, so I can't play it.
I'm just going to heavily recommend it because, in my opinion, I haven't been 5, but my order is 3 at the top, then 4, then 5.
Ooh.
It makes sense.
That's also how the numbers order them.
Yeah, I've heard people. Well, you don't talk about 1 or 2 though, do you?
Because I haven't been yet. I have them. I've booted them up. I haven't been them yet. I am very interested in Persona 2 and think it could go above 5. Going above 4 is harder, but possible.
I've heard. Well, I've thought people actually just ignored 1 and 2 because they're just not as good as the. But I don't know.
It's complicated. I could go into it a lot. Basically, Persona 2 is much more like old Shin Megami Tensei games, and people who were old school fans actually really like Persona 2, but it really didn't get released in English properly. Persona 2 is 2 halves of a game. They only released the second half, which has no context, because I don't know why.
Strange.
Okay. It was like I got a full demo disc of Panzer Dragoon Saga, and I finished it, but didn't continue on it because I didn't have the second part. I was like, oh, I wish I bought that now, but it was on Saturn, so it's fucking expensive.
Exactly. Just hasn't had a good English release in a lot of ways.
Well, we can always hope for it because Ace Attorney's Investigate 2. That waiting ages for that to get a release. I think I got released last year, and of course I finished it. So yeah, great game. So
Dude,
hopefully soon.
If Persona 2 comes out like fully English or they do a remake, you have no idea how fast I'm buying that shit.
Oh, I'll be first day delivery, won't it?
Anyway, Diallo I think was saying something. So does he want to finish what he was saying?
Just a little that I'm looking forward to playing this game eventually. And continuing in the tradition of Diallo has played the first 5 hours of every game. I've played up to the first boss while I was on a Game Pass Game Pass trial, but I no longer have Game Pass, and my backlog is my life is out of control in various ways. But when I eventually have when eventually I have hundreds of free hours, I'm excited to eventually play this game.
Oh yeah, that's we can't wait for that to happen.
Yeah, watch this space until 2048.
Yeah, basically. The dream of having actual free time.
Well, so
that's the truth sometimes.
I think that's it then. That's our 16 games for the year for Game of the Month. So now, of course, all we have left to do is go through the stats. So
stats.
Numbers.
So
I fucking love numbers.
Numbers and pointing.
Oh boy.
Street countdown.
Oh my god, complete goblin mode.
We've lost the plot.
Yeah.
So overall, let's start as always with the length. So if you played all the games, it would have taken you 416 hours and 32 minutes to beat, with an average of 26 hours and 2 minutes for every game. So, what was the longest game for Game of the Month?
Question. For games with multiple versions, what version gets counted?
The one that gets counted is the original.
I'm going to have to give it to Persona 3.
Alright, I'm going to also go with Persona 3. I thought maybe Clair Obscure, but I'm pretty sure that the original Persona should be above.
Yeah. Just like last year, it seems like there's an obvious title. I'm also going to say Persona.
Yeah.
Normally there is, yeah. Well, to be fair, I would say there were 2 options for me, but I know the answer, so I can't answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, were Persona not here, I would have guessed Clair Obscura as well, but I think Persona is going to have it beat.
This is definitely a year that had like multiple 100-ish hour games.
Oh yeah, there were some really long games. Yeah, so you are correct. Let's just put it out for you. It was Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3 at 90 hours 52 minutes. I will say Clair Obscure is not second though. It is actually fourth. Because Clair Obscure would take you 47 hours 9 minutes to beat. Bloodborne will take you 50 hours 37 minutes.
Bloodborne.
And Fallout New Vegas would take 64 hours and 17 minutes. That is without the DLC.
Yeah, I should have known Fallout, but really, Bloodborne that high?
Yeah, Bloodborne is quite a long game. But I will say this: Fallout New Vegas with the DLC does not beat Shin Megami Tensei. It's very close. It's like 89 hours, but still.
And then imagine if Persona 3 had its DLC. Well, not DLC, but like the answer included. Then it'd be crazy.
So now let's go for the opposite.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was just gonna say, see, this is why I'm glad I'm not into the Persona games, because people that play them seem to be obsessed with them very quickly, and they take up so much of your time. I'm kind of glad I'm not pulled in. I'm happy for you.
Oh, no.
Okay, what if they had birds?
That's how I feel about Xenoblade. Like, I think I would love playing those games, but I also feel like I've gained like 450 hours by not having touched that series.
Yeah.
Well, think about it like this: the hours of your life are currency, and you should spend it on things you enjoy.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is
True,
that
though,
is. I can't
true.
argue with that.
It's not
It's
very
true.
comforting, though.
Well,
It's distressing, but true, I guess.
So I've given you answers for like the longest, but now let's go for the opposite side. What was the shortest game?
It must be obvious here, though, too, right?
Aviary.
I'm guessing Turnip Boy for this one. Turnip Boy commits
Interesting
tax
dialogue.
evasion.
Very interesting.
I'm going Hatris.
Yeah, I'm with Roy. It's gotta be Hatris. I mean, of
Because I
course,
bet
it's
Hatris is
nebulous
gonna be
how
like,
people.
clear it like once,
Yeah,
and then they put it in. And it'll be like 30 minutes or an hour or whatever.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna be nebulous how people call it completed, but I'm gonna put my head in the ring as well for Hatris. That wasn't even
Oh, you're putting
intentional.
your hat in the ring, are you?
Oh no.
Whatever that
Well-
even means.
So I'm guessing Diallo, you're sticking with Turnip Boy, and everyone else saying go with Hatris.
I'm gonna stick with Turnip Boy.
Diallo, you're correct. Turnip Boy was
No,
shorter.
God, stop it. No, I'm not
Wow.
believing that. I don't believe that. I'm checking that out myself.
So Turnip Boy was. I will say this. I did this.
That-
I always
okay.
get the information after the end of the month, so it will change afterwards, maybe. But at the same time, I don't think it'll change much. So Turnip Boy would have taken you 2 hours and 55 minutes to beat. Hatris, which was actually third shortest. Is it first? Third, yeah, it was third shortest. Would have taken you 5 hours 39 minutes to beat. Portal would have taken you 4 hours and 23 minutes to beat.
There are only 4 people that put a time for Hatris. 4 people.
Yeah.
My own 5-hour completion is raising it so hard.
You destroyed us. You played us, Matt.
Yeah, I fucked us up.
You
Yeah.
sabotaged yourself.
I
That
just
sucks.
take the average.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Well, so now the next thing is discussions. So this is for the forum threads, not the Discord. We'll do the Discord after this. So there were 281 posts with an average of 17.56. So which was the game or thread level, because let's remember the Halloween triple creature feature, which had the most discussions?
Yeah. I mean, the triple
Portal.
creature feature seems like a good bet because of free games.
Oh yeah.
But also, since we have so many long games, yeah, it's probably one of those. Tricky.
Well, I was thinking the opposite. The long games probably drive people away from playing them as much.
Okay, yeah, good point, I guess.
You know what I'm gonna choose? I'm gonna choose Portal because everybody's played it.
Yeah,
I actually
Portal.
don't know how many people engage with that. Yeah, good point, though.
I do think triple creature feature has a good shot just because it does have 3 games.
I'm gonna be lame. I'm gonna say Paper Mario, the first of the year, and Nintendo.
That's first of the year is also another good point.
I mean, that's honestly pretty fair. I mean, I was also thinking Nier Automata and Paper Mario are the only one that had a general consensus on the sheet, which makes me think they may have had more said about them. No.
So with the triple creature feature, they're all considered like they're a solid a group for them.
They're all considered together because it's one single thread.
I think. See, I'm between that and Clair Obscure because I feel like Clair Obscure had a lot of buzz this year, but I think I'm gonna go with the triple creature feature. I'm gonna go with.
Wow. Okay, you all locked in? You should change, Yellow. Clair Obscure was the most talked about one.
Damn.
Fair. Yeah.
Portal
that was the second one I was thinking about, honestly, too.
Portal had 16. The triple creature feature was second with 24. Third was actually Metroid Mission Zero with 21. The least was Persona 3 with 9.
Really? Oh wow, okay.
Just 9 threads there. And with that, let's move to Discord discussions then. So there's a lot more Discords. There was 1,136 posts for the Discord with an average of 71. So what was the most discussed?
All right, for this one, I'm gonna go with my initial first guess for the previous one and do Clair Obscure.
Yeah,
I'm gonna choose Clair Obscure because I remember that me and there was somebody, both me and him were just geeking the fuck out of it and posting a bunch, basically. So I'm going with
fellow
that.
weep, you could say.
A Frenchaboo, I guess.
Oh, a Frenchaboo, yeah. Sorry, yeah. It makes it more respectful. Yeah, I think it seems kind of obvious that it's just gonna be theirs. Where it's probably gonna be the same as the forum, but because it's Discord, it's gonna be more. Yeah, I'm gonna say Clair Obscure as well.
All locked in?
Yep.
In that case, you're correct. It was Clair Obscure with 350. It was so far in front. The next one was actually Metroid Mission Zero at 157.
I'm surprised at that.
I remember just a lot of Clair Obscure discussion because I was involved, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah. I'll give you the lowest as well. It was not actually Persona 3. It was actually Paper Mario at 10.
Interesting.
Really? I thought it was going to be like System Shock or something. Or not Hatris, because Matt would talk about it.
yeah.
System Shock would be high because I was playing and I always give a daily update.
That's a good point.
But so again, let's go on to the rating then. So I'm not going to bother giving you the total rating because that's pointless, but the average was 8.26.
But what is?
Do you want to know it?
I am curious now just because you said it's meaningless.
It's meaningless, that's fine. Okay, so overall, if you get all the points together, it's 132.1.
Damn.
There you go.
That would be the perfect game. They should just combine them all.
Just combine them all together.
So
it's like when you combine all your favorite foods. What could go wrong?
Exactly.
So, what was the best rated game?
Hatris, I'm gonna go with Clair Obscure third time in a row. 33.
I'm gonna. I mean, again, Clair Obscure seems obvious. I'm just gonna, for the fun of it, say Portal.
I would say Portal. It could be like I see Fallout New Vegas as an option. Portal as an option. And probably Nier Automata is an option because those were all really popular and well-rated games even before.
I would guess. Yeah, I'm sticking with. Oh, you know what? But Bloodborne's there too.
Fuck! You're right. Bloodborne's there.
I think I'm sticking with Clair Obscure, but I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna guess Clair Obscure, Bloodborne, and Portal as the top 3.
Portal's ranking over here.
Leo, what are you picking?
Clair.
First name basis.
Plain and simple.
I'm gonna swap to Bloodborne so one of us has it.
Wow. All right then. So I'm going to give the answers then. So Clair Obscure Expedition 33. Won with 9.5. That was when the August month. It has gone down since then from its highs of 9.5. It's now down to 9.4.
Wow. Fall from grace.
Fall down.
Literally unplayable.
How dare.
Unplayable.
Yeah, it's still considered the best rated game on the site. It's
wow.
Jesus.
I'm not surprised.
Number 2 was actually Bloodborne at 9.1. And actually number 3 was Nier Automata at 8.9.
Damn.
Yep. The ones I was kind of
wow.
Oh wait. Yeah. The ones I was kind of thinking.
And the worst rated, can you guess this? This should be quite obvious.
No, it's not gonna be Hatris. Don't say this. If you take Hatris, I'm gonna boot you off the show.
Does Fool's Choice count, or like, are we doing the worst besides Fool's Choice?
Okay. Stop. I mean, it could be Turnip Boy, honestly.
No.
See, so if that's what my thinking is, if Fool's Choice is in the running, then I'm sorry, Matt, but I have to guess Hatris. But if we're looking at the non-Fool's Choice games, my guess would be Turnip.
Well, here's the thing. What did Matt rate Hatris?
Oh yeah, I got some power here because nobody's probably putting that in.
But there's so few people. If Matt gave Hatris like an 8 out of 10, it might just raise the entire thing.
Probably would.
What did you rate it?
A perfect 10 out of 10, of course. Of course. Each port individually.
Hatris has no flaws.
I mean, but genuinely looking at the list, yeah, even if Hatris was like generally commonly regarded as great, I think even then it would have a hard time fighting against all these other games. So yeah, it's probably gonna be Hatris, yeah. God damn it, man.
I'm not angry. It's Hatris. It's 5.3. It is the worst rated game that has actually been won the nomination for Game of the Month.
It's fucked up,
wow.
dude.
Brutal for Hatris.
Oh my god.
It's iconic, is what it is.
Sure.
What was second? Is it Turnip Boy? I was thinking Turnip Boy or Aviary Attorney would be second. What was second?
If we exclude Hatris, the worst rated off that was actually Turnip Boy at 7.4. And then it's actually a tie between Dino Crisis and Aviary Attorney at 7.6.
Yeah.
All right, it's kind of what I figured in terms of ratings.
It's been quite good. Yeah.
See, Matt, next Foolish Choice, you got to rank a different Tetris and just destroy everyone next year. Highest rated game on the website.
It's also funny, Hatris and Dino Crisis were the two Game of the Months that I found most interesting, and they are both down there. Oh my god.
Well, to be fair, Dino Crisis was a good solid 7, so not far down. Not as bad as the Hatris series.
It's mostly poor Hatris stuck down there.
Yeah, just poor Hatris.
Where's my Hatris gang? Come on.
It's you and me, apparently.
Told you. They keep destroying my house. I got bankrupt from it. Fuck it.
You probably deserved it. Those top hats were awful.
Yeah, true. But I had to sell them. So, on to the backlogged. So there was 104,420 games backlogged with an average of 6,526.25. So what was the most backlogged game?
Clair
It's gotta
Obscure
be the game of the
Expedition
year,
33.
right? Yeah.
Although
Portal, I'm gonna stick
that's
with
my guess
Portal
is
again.
Portal.
Yeah. You and me both.
But most of them have played it.
Yeah, Portal.
Actually,
But
wait.
everybody owns it. Literally, the whole
no.
world owns Portal.
But think about it. It could be one of the games that was in all the bundles and stuff, like Turnip Boy, because everybody just purchased
Portal was
the
given
bundle.
away as well.
That's
Oh yeah,
true.
Turnip
I'm
Boy.
sticking with
Oh my god.
I'm sticking with Clair Obscure, but I think it could be like Turnip.
All locked in?
I'm sticking with Portal.
Yeah.
You're all wrong. It's actually Fallout New Vegas at 20,135.
They gave that away
Wow.
too.
It was given away. Yeah. True.
Oh, that's
Portal was second at 17,628. Then it was Psychonauts at 17,419. Clair Obscure is 2,348. So
one thing I didn't realize that's just occurring to me is that Portal is probably so old, probably older than How Long to Beat. So that probably contributes to people not having it in their backlog because it predates. Yeah,
I mean, still second place. So
what's the least backlog game? I assume Hatris.
You're correct.
Oh my god, the disrespect! I can't believe this.
Hatris is going to be a recurring thing throughout the rest of this. I'll give you that. But yep, now we have to do percentage. So in terms of backlogged, percentage-wise, 51.57% of was the average. So what was the most backlogged game?
You mean the most completed? Because we just did backlogged.
No. We're doing percentage now.
Oh!
Wait, sorry. Percentage of what?
So what I do for the formula is backlog plus completion plus retired divided over 100.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's got to be Portal, right? Everybody's fucking played it.
And opposite way around.
Yeah, with this, I don't believe it's Portal. Yeah, no. The game that people have interacted with and the most part of it has backlogged.
Persona?
Yeah, basically the game people haven't played.
Yeah.
Paper Mario.
I was also thinking that.
Paper Mario? Why?
Because everybody who has a Switch 2 can backlog it if they have NSO Online. and it's really popular. It could be Turnip Boy still, because that's something that's given away a bunch and hasn't necessarily been played.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up. It's a percentage, right? So it doesn't matter how many of the overall, right?
Yeah.
Does not matter overall.
And what's it counting again?
So it's basically the backlog divided by the backlogged plus completion plus retired.
Yeah, so backlogged divided by interactions.
Yeah, basically backlog divided by total.
For a moment, I was like, "Wait a minute! Everybody put Hatris only has 4 plays. Maybe it's Hatris, but that doesn't work."
Yeah, that's not backlogs though.
Exactly.
That's just gotta be retirements.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people probably haven't even played it. They just maybe have it and put it in there and forgot about it.
But the people that haven't played it are not going out of their way to backlog it. That's not gonna be a lot of people.
I think I'm going.
I'm gonna say Turnip Boy. Yeah, people are gonna have claimed this, but are not interested in playing it. That seems very likely with this one.
Turnip Boy does seem like a smart choice. I think I am going to go with Persona 3.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the length, I feel like, is going to be intimidating for a lot of people, myself included.
All right.
Yeah.
She said Paper Mario.
Oh, okay, yeah, Paper Mario.
All right,
yeah.
Again, you're all incorrect. It was System Shock at 90%.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No one's
90.
Interesting.
Yeah.
90.
That's curious.
Oh, it was given away for free, wasn't it?
This is the 1994 version, so of course, I guess there's a lot of people there who hasn't played it.
Okay, yeah.
Second after that was actually Aviary Attorney at 81%. And then it was Psychonauts at 71 after that.
Damn, that's surprising, honestly.
So Turnip Boy actually has a 55% ratio. Paper Mario has 47, and Hatris is 43.
Yeah.
The least backlogged game was actually Metroid Mission Zero at 24%.
Very interesting, huh?
Yeah. So now we get to completions then. So we've had 98,837 completions at an average of 6,177.31 per game. So what is the most completed game?
Portal.
Going back on the Portal train.
Oh yeah. Portal.
Well, that was easy. Portal. Yeah, Portal at 38,560.
I mean, just look at this chat. 4 out of 5 podcasters agree Portal has been played.
Yeah.
After that, actually was Nier Automata at 13,749.
Let's go.
Interesting.
Yeah, and third was Fallout New Vegas at 11,567.
All the most popular games, basically.
I think you already know the answer for the least.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about this already. It's Hatris.
Let's go, Hatris.
Hatris, yeah.
Although it was 4 people giving times. How many did actually beat it according to how long to beat?
18.
There's my Hatris gang.
There are dozens of us.
I gotta be the 19th.
Yeah.
Apparently, one person is playing it right now.
It's Matt.
And it's not me. Yeah, that's shocking.
Also, wait, is it really that high? When I look at it, it says only 5 people have beaten it.
That's when I looked on it when I got these stats that time. So maybe it's changed.
People are so mad at Hatris, they've unbeaten it.
It could have been that time when it could be around that time when that guy was coming in trying to actually get all the top stats, and he was basically swamping all his things with completed games. Basically, it could have been then. But like I said, I do at the end of the month for each list. So I got these stats like on the 1st of May is basically when I normally get them.
Right.
That's fucked up.
Onto the percentage then. So an average of 45.19% completion rate. What was the most completed games as percentage?
Yeah. So out of all interactions, it has the most completions.
Well, that's interesting because the thing with Portal is so many people have it, but it's probably a good chance it might still be Portal. Hear me out. What if it's Hatris because so few people have it on the backlog?
No.
Because if only 22 people have it and 14 of them beat it, then that's like 70%
No. There's no way.
I'm gonna go with Paper Mario. I'll mix it up a little. I've said Portal too many times.
I'm gonna say Metroid again, actually.
That's fair. That's a good one.
I might go with Nier Automata. Just to shake things up.
I'm gonna say Psychonauts.
Oh, completely different for everyone. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're shaking it up.
Yeah. I can say this time, Matt, you were correct. It was a Metroid mission.
Ayo.
There you go.
I bet you got it because it was the least backlogged. 74.34%.
Yeah, I had a hunch there.
Yeah. So Paper Mario was 49.39. What did you say again, Diallo?
Nier Automata. I had to think for a second.
47.96%. Psychonauts is actually at 24.34%. So that's actually second least completed, actually. So in terms of percentage-wise, so we've got Mission Zero at 74.34%, and then it's Clair Obscure Expedition 33 at 69.81%, and then it's Portal at 67.32%. The least completed was System Shock at 5.37%. So I'm one of the small people who actually completed that game.
Yeah. I really wonder what's so special about Metroid where most people that interact with it actually complete it like that harshly. It seems like there's something special there.
It's because I think the low levels of people who got it. It's like we're talking about 5,000 that most people actually backlogged that game, so most of them just completed it basically. So it can be if you got a small game, you get a lot of people just playing the game.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking with Hatris. I also think because Zero Mission kind of points you the way you are supposed to go, it's not difficult to complete. And because it was mostly available on Game Boy Advance and then on like NSO Online or Wii Virtual Console or whatever, it's not like one of those games that a bunch of people got free and put on their backlog and never interacted with, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And also, similarly, it's not one of those games people are like, oh, we're so hype about it in 2025, we gotta go buy it. You know
Yeah, just letting Liam actually sort out her birds and then we'll actually continue on.
The birds are being incarcerated now for their crimes.
Yeah, on back to their prison cell. Yeah, murder.
They're gonna need an aviary attorney.
Yeah. Oh my god.
So, retirement now. So, we've had a total of 6,507 retirements of an average of 406.69 retirements per game. So, what was the most retired game?
Matt's face right now.
Hatris is not going to be here. Hatris is going to be the percentage one. But right now, I'm not sure, actually.
Because Hatris, you know...
I'd say Dino Crisis.
And Dino Crisis is a good call, frankly.
Yeah, good idea, actually. Or I'm going to say Bloodborne.
System Shock could be another good one because it's so old. Oh, Bloodborne's a good one because people are going to get filtered.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Bloodborne. I like that idea.
What was the total number of retirements again?
6,507.
I think I'm gonna go to Fallout for this one.
That's a good choice too, I think.
Yeah.
Just because it was so backlogged, I feel like
it's gonna be Persona. Watch it.
It could be. I wouldn't be that surprised. Leah, what's your guess?
Dino Crisis.
All right.
Okay. Well, yeah, that was correct. It was Fallout New Vegas. 1,769. Second was Psychonauts at 1,113.
Oh, I was going to say that too.
Yeah, and then Portal was the third at 1,091.
I guess that makes sense. So many people have Portal that just by number.
Yeah.
Dino Crisis had 66, and Bloodborne had 531. Bloodborne was actually fifth, actually. Nier Automata got for 741. I think you already know the answer for what's the least retired. Hatris at 3.
Least retired?
Because so few people have
in terms
it.
of numbers.
3 people retired.
Oh,
Hatris.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay.
I doubt it'll be super high in percentage either, honestly.
That'll be so interesting how Hatris will be both the least retired and most retired.
Yes, most percentage, definitely.
I don't know.
I will say this well because we weren't mentioning Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3. That was actually, if exclude Hatris, that was the least retired. There's actually 30.
Wow, that's
Wow,
surprising.
people are committed. If they started, they commit. That's cool.
Well, that's just a good sign for it. You know what I mean?
The levels of Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3 is quite low. Like, we're talking not even 1,000.
Yeah.
I think the original doesn't include FES. I think most people in English probably played the FES version. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that is most likely what happened. I always go for the original of. If we're doing games with remakes, I will always post the original in here. So that's something you gotta remember. Anyway,
and FES was like the updated version. Yeah. Anyway,
the final point. I must say this: the total percentage retirement was actually 51.94%. So you can say half of the people retired all the games. The average was 3.25. So, what was the most retired gaming percentage?
System Shock.
Hatris.
No, actually not.
My boy Hatris.
Turnip Boy. I'm gonna switch to Turnip Boy.
Hatris.
Yeah, Turnip Boy.
Yep, it's the obvious answer. It was Hatris at 8.11%.
Damn, that's the highest? I figured there'd be something at like 20 or some shit.
No, retirements are always lower. I've never seen one go above 10% in these ones. The second after that was actually Fallout New Vegas at 5.29%. And then it was Psychonauts at 4.53%. Turnip Boy was on 1.5%.
I guess I should figure probably a lot of people just haven't even started Turnip Boy relative to the backlogs.
Yeah.
And the least retired game in terms of percentage was actually Metroid Mission Zero at 1.17%.
Of course.
That makes sense with all the other info.
Yep.
Feels like that should be the game of the year, yeah.
I mean, Zero Mission's good, man. You should try it. Maybe next time,
Clearly,
next
yeah.
podcast, you have some stories to tell about it.
Probably not, no.
I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna be gaming, I'm gonna be editing this episode.
It's gonna take a full 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks of nothing but editing.
Oh boy.
How long to edit podcasts?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Alright, so we're now on to the last, and that is the most nominated voted for game. So let's give full details on this. So we had a total of 1,888 votes, of an average of 118 votes each time. We had 280 nominations, average of 17.5, and we had 610 participants, with an average of 38.125 not participants each time. So, out of all the games, what was the game which got the most votes? And my first big clue for you, it won.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna ask that. Okay.
Holy shit. I feel like if I really thought about this, I could remember it better.
Probably Hatris.
But I'm just gonna go with Clair Obscure and say that's because of the hype.
Yeah.
Everybody voted for it.
I think, yeah, I'm also gonna find Clair Obscure the zeitgeist and everything. I could see the other one I was considering was Portal, but I feel like Clair Obscure.
I was also thinking Portal could easily be it because so many people have played it or have it in their backlog. They just all vote for it.
Universal appeal.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I think Portal's a great pick. I'm just going Expeditions 33 because I'm taking the guess that because there was just so much hype that like a bunch of people voted for it on that.
It feels correct.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't figure anything better out. Yeah, it must be Clair Obscure.
Okay, you're right. It was Clair Obscure. It got 44 votes.
You got 44?
It actually was nominated 4 times.
Oh right, it's all nominations. I was only thinking about the ones that won.
No, I don't do that one. I probably could do that next time. I'll do that next time, actually.
Yeah, that'd be a fun little category.
Let me double check that for you. If we're taking just by the nominated number, by the first round, it would be Metroid Zero Mission at 17. But Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion won the February tiebreaker at 19.
Well, there you go.
Clair Obscura won its votes with 15.
All right. But Clair Obscura won with getting nominated a bunch. All right.
Still, it's no fun leaving it that way. So I'm going to have to ask you the more harder question, because the second most voted for game did not win. So,
here we go.
Game?
Okay, yeah, I love this, and I have no idea.
Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door.
No, the one that had. Oh,
because it didn't win.
Mm.
I remember it getting nominated 2 or 3 times, so I'm just gonna go with that.
Full confession that I don't think I saw any of the voting this year. I completely forgot about Game of the Year until like this episode, pretty much. That being said, I'm trying to think of other games that were like popular this year.
It's got to be something that got nominated a lot.
I have no idea what that would be.
I nominate something pretty much every time, but I don't remember looking at the other things there.
And Knalb, after you give us the answer, I want to know one other thing. Who lost the tiebreaker to Turnip Boy with 19? That's what I want to know after we give this answer.
We'll do that later. Yeah, let's do the name the game type thing. So I'm going to read you, what was it, completion or review?
Completion.
You go main, then main plus, then 100%.
Wow. So...
Yo, wait, hold up. Somebody edit in right here the guess the game music.
Well, you got to do that. So, I'm going to do this one. This was done by QBerry22. Took them 5 hours. They have a note, co-op.
Split fiction.
And then I guess Portal 2.
Portal.
Yeah. I was thinking Portal 2 beforehand, and this fits very well, yeah.
Nope. I'll be honest, I chose that one specifically because it gave you no information. This one should hopefully give you a bit more answer. Yeah, so let's go for this one. M. Kami took, for the main plus sides, took him 7 hours, 28 minutes. Gold Cup on 4 main cups, 150cc.
Oh,
so Mario Kart.
Mario Kart World?
You got it. First of all, you got it. It's double that.
Double that?
Oh, yeah.
That was second with 37 votes. It was actually nominated quite a few times. We had a bit of a slowdown at the end of the year. I think it would have overtaken it otherwise because it only got 67 votes when it was originally getting like in the double digits. But it got 37 of the votes basically.
Yeah, I would actually remember people talking about that one. 4 nominations. Yeah.
So the tiebreaker one for February was Metroid Dread. That got 11.
Oh, that's right. I remember because I voted Dread.
Wait, so Dread lost against Turnip Boy? Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, it lost against.
Yeah.
I love that. That rules. Eat shit, Nintendo.
Nintendo commits tax evasion.
Probably, honestly.
Probably all they are.
They're gonna sue us. They're gonna sue us.
How long to get sued podcast?
It goes with everybody saying that the AAA games are being outpaced by the indie games, though. So
yeah.
I
want to point this out. We had a second tiebreaker in April, and so it was Nier Automata versus Mario Kart Double Dash. So Mario Kart almost got nominated. It lost by 1 point. It was 12-11.
Oh my god!
I remember hoping Double Dash won, even though I like Automata, because I love Double Dash too.
Double Dash is so fun.
This year is gonna be the year of Double Dash.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll nominate it.
We'll have to see who. If they keep nominating it, most likely will win at some point. It's one. Yeah. Basically, I find if you have a strong nomination and it gets to this point, if you keep nominating it will at 1 point win. But that is there. So I think that's it. I think we can just then discuss if you want to any thoughts of nominating games for next year. So for me, it's always the games I intend to play. So I might as well just go through the list of the games I'm going to play. So, well, the first game, of course, I'm going to beat is Yakuza 5. I'm hoping to be done that by the end of the month. I think I've got like 10 to 20 hours left. I think I can do that by the end of the month. But then before that, it will be Ghost of Tsushima. I need to get through that because I've also got Ghost of Yotai to get through. So those two will be nominations. Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales is another one I want to play. And then finally, Bayonetta 3 and Atomfall.
Alright.
Yeah, I don't plan ahead that much, and I'm usually just nominating whatever I'm that week planning to get to soon, pretty much.
I usually just nominate off the cuff. Sometimes I don't even nominate something I'm planning to play, but something I've played and want to hear people's thoughts on, or something where it's like, I'm not planning to play this, but if it wins Game of the Month, I'll play it, kind of thing. Like, oh, that'll give me the nudge I need to play it.
Yeah,
I'm sure
yeah.
people think that.
I would do that more often, but I have too big of a backlog. I want to get through them before I actually go back to repayments, basically.
Yeah, but I would say I'm definitely playing through Deltarune this year because I've wanted to play it since the Chapter 4 and stuff came out, and a friend gifted it to me, and I'm really excited to play it, so I'm definitely playing Deltarune. That's probably going to get nominated. I've been thinking about playing Mega Man Legends 2, probably going to nominate that. I still want to force people to play Ridge Racer Type 4, so...
Yeah, I'd be there.
Ridge Racer!
Yeah, let's go.
Unironically, I wish there was a new Ridge Racer, though.
But has there ever even been a racing game that won? Aside maybe Mario Kart, but I'm not even sure about that.
There's gotta be.
I
feel like there
remember
has
any. I don't think the crowd is like big into racing games.
I mean, never a Mario Kart or anything.
No, I don't think we actually have had one had a Mario Kart. But Delbert is probably the one people remember the most. 8's probably people like the most at the moment. I can't see any just yet, but let me keep going down.
No, I don't see any.
Yeah, no.
I see games that have driving in them, but nothing that has like, is like a racing game.
So I will make no promises about what I'm going to play this year because, as we've seen in the past, when I when I identify a game to play, it ends up putting a curse on it, and then I never touch it again. So I'm going to spare all the video games that fate this year. However, I do have a game that I am planning to nominate for Fool's Choice this year. I would have done it this year, but I completely missed the timing for that. The game in question is Candice DeBebe's Incredibly Trick Lifestyle.
All right.
Check back in April, and we'll see. I'm campaigning for Candice.
All right.
If the description on how long Candice DeBebe's Incredibly Trick Lifestyle is a saucy, sexy 3D action RPG about a young woman with a heart, voice, and fake tan of gold.
I mean, I'm there, but I don't think the general crowd is.
You said the general crowd would be there for Hatris?
I'm campaigning for Candice.
Okay.
Well, I've got my own nominations for them as well, actually. I forgot to mention those. So, I've got the Fool's Choice. It's going to be Thank Goodness You're Here. It is British.
Love that game.
I have to get that nominated. I have to play it.
Yeah, I'd be down.
So do I.
And for Halloween, I'm torn between either Dead Space 2 or Mouthwashing.
Yeah, which I would both vote for. Yeah.
I mean, there's a decent chance for the triple creature feature. I just nominate Metroid Dread.
I guess that would work, actually.
I have, in fact, asked before and been able to nominate it, so I know it would work.
Yeah. I have checked Mario Kart Double Dash. Well, sorry, no racing game is one, really. The closest you could say that's one is Big Trip Rummer.
Yeah.
But,
I guess on Shadow of the Colossus, you're riding a horse.
1 horsepower, yeah.
The horse riding.
If you count Itchman's Nightmare Kart, is probably the closest we've ever
Yeah,
done,
true.
Really.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah. That's why Itchmas is superior.
We gotta get a racing game to win at some point. We gotta.
It's gonna be Double Dash if anything.
We gotta campaign for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I feel like nominating Gran Turismo.
What if we just all nominate a racing game this month?
Sure.
I think basically what I'm gonna do is I have a few Itchmas games that I need to put down on a list and make sure that happens. At least get nominated. But my games this year, I'm gonna try to go through all my epic games that I've been just randomly collecting over the years. But part of those is the Tomb Raider series, so I'm gonna get through at least the original series, not so much the reboots, but maybe the reboots too, depending on how I feel after I finish the other 9. But yeah, that's my goal this year.
Makes sense.
Good luck.
I was for a while doing that, but I got bored of the Tomb Raider series after the 4th one, so I'll probably be picking them back up again, but they are old. You're driving a tank basically when you play that game.
They have tank controls.
Yep.
Yeah.
I forgot we've got to do this actually, a general overview of what you thought for the year. So I thought it was quite a strong year, because especially really some big name games. I think this is actually the year with the most long game.
That feels right.
I think there's like good 3 which were over 50 hours at least, as we noticed there, which we rarely have. Normally we have about an average of 20 hours. But I will say, start of the year it was quite slow for me. Like I just had Turnip Boy, and then my first game I picked up was Fallout Vegas. But I have to say, none of the games here which I played, I'd say were that bad, really. Maybe Hatris is the weakest, but I didn't really play that. I just played a few ROMs of that. But yeah, it's an enjoyable game. I enjoyed the Fallout New Vegas from what I played. Clair Obscure was a fantastic game. It's something that anyone really should try if they have the opportunity. It's been a strong year, in my opinion.
I thought this was a really strong year, personally. I mean, I do like when years kind of dig through like smaller games and stuff like that. But I also do enjoy a year we just get a lot of heavy hitters, and I felt like this year, Fallout New Vegas, Nier Automata, Clair Obscure, Persona 3, Bloodborne. You know, I felt like we hit a lot of really Portal. You know, we hit a lot of really big games that feel like they should have been Game of the Months at some point, but just hadn't been. And then we also mixed in like Dino Crisis, Signalis, Aviary Attorney, Turnip Boy. We didn't just have big games, which I think is also good.
True, yeah. I mean, I did participate in more this year than the year before. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing, actually.
Well, perfect.
I definitely participated more.
Well, yeah, I think I inadvertently also participated more this year. Like, I forgot about Game of the Year until like just before this episode. But even having not actively been pursuing these games, I've ended up interacting with the majority of them on the list in some capacity. So I think that's
yeah.
I mean, like Knalb was saying earlier, like last year there were multiple games I think where it was just like, well, we didn't play this.
And this year everyone at least played one of these games. So we had that, and Portal, everyone had played.
Yeah.
So, was it Portal or was it Psychonauts? It was like
a momentous occasion.
I don't think it was everyone because I didn't play Portal.
Yeah, I think it was it Psychonauts?
It was Psychonauts.
Yeah.
But yeah, strong year, and hopefully it's going to be a strong year next year, because we've already started with Balatro, and I'll be fair, that's actually completely different to what we normally get. So it's like, when we talk about the racing game, Balatro is not a game we'd normally be nominated or voted for. So,
although roguelikes are very popular there.
Yeah.
Roguelikes are popular, but we have the only one we've actually really won is Hades. And that had a strong story in the background, in my opinion. So it's kind of on its own, that one. Well, Balatro doesn't really have that story, does it?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I think that's everything for today. Almost 5 hours.
Yeah, good luck, Matt.
Thank you. Big ass episode. Yeah. So, thank you, Knalb, for doing this again. Always a joy to have you on, and you bring the stats. It's a dope thing you do for us for this project, and we are looking forward already, I'm sure, to the next time we're gonna call you a guest over here at the How Long to Beat podcast. But for now, I guess that is it, everybody. Tell us about your experiences with Game of the Month and what you're looking forward to in 2026 in that regard. That's gonna be it from us. So, goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Ciao.
Goodbye, adios, au revoir, and Wordle in 3.
Oh my god!
Vote for Candice.